Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. We went into that abandoned church for fun. No ghost tour, no YouTube clout, no Ouija board. Just 6 bored kids from a small town who thought exploring dead buildings at night made us brave instead of stupid. If you drove past it back then, you probably would not have even looked twice. Just another shut-down brick church on a quiet street. Stained glass busted out, a faded sign with the name of a congregation no one remembered, and a for sale notice that yellowed and curled over the years. By the time we were in high school, 214 Maple was just background, the kind of place your parents told you to stay away from, because nothing good happens in abandoned buildings after dark. They were right, just not in the way I thought. We did what every bored group of teenagers does in a dead town. Wawa, cheap gas station coffee, looping the same 3 streets until the silence in the car felt louder than the music. Then somebody said it. Let's go back to the church. We were expecting dust, broken chairs, maybe a raccoon if we were unlucky. We were not expecting a basement that felt bigger than the building, a cracked standing mirror that had not been there the first time we went. And we definitely were not expecting what was waiting on that little table in the back room. Because whoever has been using that basement was patient. Patient enough to watch us from the dark, follow us without us knowing, take our picture from an angle that should have been impossible, print it out, and leave it there in the basement, under that dead church, on a table in a locked room. By the time we found that photo, it had been sitting there long enough for the ash in the glass tray beside it to still be warm. The fridge has this way of never shutting up at night. It hums, then rattles, then goes quiet for just long enough to make me think it is done, before kicking back on with a low, wet-sounding vibration that runs through the thin floor. The baseboard heater along the wall keeps doing that metallic click as it turns on and off, like somebody tapping a ring against a pipe somewhere under my feet. Every few minutes, a car rolls down Lancaster Avenue outside, tires hissing on the asphalt, headlights sliding across the thin curtains that do a terrible job of hiding the streetlights. That is my soundtrack right now, as I sit at this cheap laminate kitchen table with my laptop open. The digital clock on the stove says 12:43 a.m. in dull green numbers. I keep glancing at it like it might suddenly jump an hour forward and give me an excuse to stop writing, but it just clicks over, minute by minute, steady, indifferent. I live in Ardmore, Pennsylvania, in one of those old divided houses that got turned into apartments sometime back when shag carpet was still a thing. It is small, and the walls are thin enough that I can sometimes hear my neighbor's TV murmur through the drywall. But tonight, their side is quiet. It feels like the whole building is leaning in, listening. I do not usually write things like this. I am not a diary person. I am not trying to be a writer. I am just some guy in his 30s with a job that pays the rent and a sleep schedule that gets worse every year. But a week ago, they knocked down a building in this town. And ever since then, my nights have gone back to feeling like they did when I was 16 and stupid and standing in the wrong place at the wrong time. The building was an old brick church on Maple Avenue. The address was 214 Maple, If you live anywhere near Ardmore, you might know exactly which one I am talking about. It was the one with the busted stained glass and the leaning sign out front with the name of a congregation nobody had heard of in decades. The one every parent told their kids to stay away from. The one we did not stay away from. I drove past it last Tuesday on my way home from work. Instead of the usual dead front steps and overgrown bushes, there were bright orange cones and yellow caution tape strung between metal posts. A big backhoe was parked half up on the sidewalk, its arm resting against the cracked stone like a hand on a shoulder. There were men in reflective vests standing around sipping coffee from paper cups, talking like they were not about to erase half of my teenage brain in an afternoon. At first, I felt weirdly relieved. That church had been rotting there my entire life. It was an eyesore. At least that is what most people called it. Every couple of months, there would be some post in one of the local Facebook groups. A blurry phone picture of 213 Maple at dusk, with comments underneath about property values and how does the township let this stand, and someone's gonna get hurt in there one day. You would get a handful of older folks saying they remembered weddings there, Christmas services, stuff like that. Then the thread would die, and the building would keep sitting there, soaking up rain and graffiti. I saw the demolition equipment and thought, good, they are finally doing something. Then I went home, and that night I did not sleep. Not really. I kept dreaming I was walking down concrete steps in the dark again, my phone light bouncing off wet walls, my ears full of the sound of my friends' voices behind me. I woke up twice, with my heart pounding so hard I thought I was having a panic attack. The third time I woke up, the sun was already starting to lighten the blinds, and I was more tired than when I had gone to bed. That was when I realized tearing the church down was not going to make anything better. It was just going to drag everything back up. I guess I should explain who we were. Back when I was 16, Ardmore felt like a holding pen. You had Suburban Square with its 2 expensive stores and security guards who watched teenagers like we were shoplifting just by existing. You had the Wawa, open all night, with the smell of burnt coffee and hoagies and the constant ding of the door chime. You had a couple of fast food places, a tired strip mall, and the train station if you wanted to fantasize about getting somewhere else. That was it. If you did not play sports, or join a club, or have parents willing to drive you into the city every weekend, you found your own entertainment. For me, that entertainment was exploring places we were not supposed to go. There were 5 other people in our little unofficial crew. Jesse was my best friend, the kind of kid who always had a joke loaded and drove a silver Honda Civic with one mismatched door he bought used from some guy off Craigslist. Lauren was his girlfriend, sharp-tongued and fearless until she suddenly was not, the way a lot of people are in horror movies before they remember they are still human. Malik was quiet, heavy-eyed, always hanging back a step, but noticing everything. Aaron talked big, but scared easy. Steph rolled her eyes at everything and went along anyway. We were not special. We were every bored group of suburban kids you have ever seen in a parking lot at 11 p.m., with nowhere better to be. We broke into an abandoned warehouse once. We hopped the fence around a closed-down pool one summer and sat on the cracked concrete, listening to the wind make the empty diving boards creak. We cut across backyards and poked around empty houses with foreclosure signs in the front. But the church on Maple Avenue was different from the start. It did not just feel empty. It felt like someone had left something unfinished in there, from the street 214 maple was ugly in a way that almost circled back around to beautiful. The red brick was streaked black in places from old water damage. The stained glass windows on either side of the heavy wooden doors were busted out, shards long gone, holes boarded over from the inside. The sign out front tilted a few degrees. The paint so faded you had to squint to make out the old name of the church. Across the street, a small Korean takeout place was wedged between a laundromat and a nail salon, its neon open sign flickering between pink and blue. At night, that glow would smear across the front of the church, painting its dead stone a sick sort of carnival color. That was the image that popped up in my feed the night after I saw the demolition equipment. Somebody in one of the local groups had posted a photo. The backhoe's arm swinging back, then driving forward into the front wall of the church. The comments were the usual mess. Neighbors cheering about, finally. A few people complaining about losing a piece of history. One person talking about bad energy and being glad it was gone. What got me was not the arguments. It was the second photo, taken just a moment later. In that one, the front wall was cracked open, and through the cloud of dust, you could see inside. Not just the empty sanctuary with its broken beams and trash. Lower than that, the hit had opened up part of the floor. In the picture, you could see a dark rectangle where the earth dropped away, and the faint suggestion of concrete steps leading down into a space that did not see daylight anymore. It was just a shadow, really, a deeper black inside the gray, but I knew exactly what I was looking at. I knew the angle of those steps, the width of that opening. My stomach twisted like I was falling. I stared at that photo so long, the screen dimmed. And there, in the blurred dust, in the darkness beneath the stairs, my brain tried to tell me it could see something else. A shape, like somebody standing just out of the light, at the base of the steps, facing up. Not detailed, not clear. Just a density to the shadow that felt intentional. I blinked, and it was gone. Maybe it was never there. Maybe it was just dirt and broken stone, and a decade of nightmares catching up with me. Either way, that was the moment I opened a blank document, put my fingers on the keys, and started this. I do not know if you will read this on your channel. I do not know if anyone will believe it. I just know I need to put it somewhere outside my head before they build something new over that hole, and whatever was under 214 Maple decides it wants out. When I think back to being 16, the first thing that comes to mind is not some big life-changing moment. It is the parking lots. Endless, fluorescent-lit parking lots. Friday nights in Ardmore, all kind of blurred together. School let out, people scattered, and by 9 o'clock, you could find the same rotating groups of kids doing the same nothing in the same places. We would drift around Suburban Square, pretending we had money to spend in stores that were way out of our league, leaning against railings and benches, laughing too loud just to feel like something was actually happening. The security guards knew us, not by name, but by type. They would watch from a distance for a while, arms folded, radios on their shoulders crackling softly. Eventually, one of them would stroll over with that rehearsed, patient smile and tell us it was time to move along. There was never anywhere specific we were being moved along to. Just away from the nice storefronts and the paying customers and the illusion that we belonged in the glossy brochure version of Ardmore. So we moved along. The default next stop was usually Wawa. It was bright, loud, and open all night, which was more than you could say for most of the town. The doors would whoosh open, and that mixture of smells would hit you in the face. Coffee that had been on the burner too long, baking bread, fryer grease, cleaning chemicals. The overhead lights were so white they made everyone look washed out and tired, even when you were 16 and supposedly invincible. We would crowd around the coffee station, pretending we knew anything about dark roast versus Colombian, loading up cups with way too much sugar and flavored creamer. The machine would hiss and gurgle, the slushy machine would churn in the corner, the refrigerators would hum. Somewhere, a lottery terminal would spit out tickets for a man who looked like he had been buying losing numbers for 30 years. It was noise and motion, and for a little while, it tricked us into thinking we were in the middle of something, not just killing time. Then the coffee would cool, the sugar rush would even out, and the boredom would creep back in. That was the mood on the first night we decided to go to 214 Maple. It was late October, the kind of cold where your hands sting a little if you forget gloves, and your breath shows up in front of your face like smoke. The leaves were mostly off the trees, scattered in wet drifts along the curbs. Inside, Wawa, they already had a small display of plastic pumpkins and discount Halloween candy by the register. We had done the loop. Suburban Square. Wawa, sitting in Jesse's Civic, with the windows fogged and the radio low, talking about nothing. At some point, a quiet settled in the car, the kind of quiet where everyone knows the night is either about to end or turn into something else, and nobody wants to be the one to admit which. Jesse was the one who broke it. He leaned back in the driver's seat, drumming his fingers on the wheel, looking at the streetlights through the windshield. "Let's go back to the church," he said, like he was suggesting we hit another convenience store. "On Maple." Lauren snorted in the passenger seat. "Back to? You have never even been inside." "None of us have." He shrugged. "Then we can be the first. Come on. You know you want to." We all knew the church he meant. Everybody did. It was one of those landmarks that existed more in rumor than in reality. You passed it all the time, but the stories came from other people. Older kids, cousins, someone's brother's friend. I had heard it used to be a shelter for homeless people after it closed as an actual church. Someone else swore there had been a fire in the basement that never made the news, that they found burn marks on the walls in the shape of hands. There was a version of the story where the pastor hung himself from the rafters when the congregation fell apart. Another where a kid went missing and was last seen going in there on a dare. None of it was verified. No one could tell you a date or a name or show a real article. It was all secondhand, thirdhand, passed around in hallways and locker rooms and backyards. But that was enough. The lack of specifics made it worse, in a way. It left a lot of empty space for your brain to fill. "It's probably just full of beer cans and old mattresses," Aaron said from the back seat. "Like every other creepy story in this town." Steph rolled her eyes. "Sure. But you know you're going to cry the loudest if anything actually happens." They bickered like that for a few minutes, but the decision had already been made. The alternative was going home and lying in bed staring at our ceilings, listening to the same fridge hums and heater clicks I listen to now. At 16, nothing felt more terrifying than the idea of another uneventful night. We pulled out of the Wawa lot around 10:30. The streets were thinly populated. An older couple walking their dog, a few cars heading toward the highway, someone closing up a small shop, and pulling down the metal grate. The air cut at my face through the crack in the window, sharp enough to keep me awake. Maple Avenue at night hardly looks like anything special. It is just a residential street with a weird old building on one side. But I remember the sound our sneakers made on the sidewalk that first time. Dry leaves skittering out from under our feet, gravel crunching, the occasional snap of a twig. My breath fogged in front of me, hanging there for a second before the wind carried it away. Across the road, the neon open sign in the window of the Korean takeout place flickered between pink and blue, washing the front of the church in sickly light. Up close, 213 Maple was uglier than I'd realized. The brick was stained, black streaks running down from broken gutters. One of the stained glass windows by the main doors had been completely busted out and replaced from the inside with a sheet of plywood. The old wooden sign out front leaned on its post, paint almost gone, letters ghost-like. The steps up to the front entrance were chipped, a fine layer of dead leaves caught in the corners where they met the wall. We did not go to the front. Around back, there was a chain-link fence that was supposed to keep people like us out. It was about 8 feet high, topped with a twisted line of rust, where someone had once tried to add barbed wire and then given up. If you followed it all the way down the side of the property, though, you found the spot every kid who had ever talked about this place knew about. 2 of the vertical posts were bent inward, and between them, the fence had been cut and peeled back. The metal was curled upward, just enough that if you ducked and sucked your stomach in, you could slide under. Bare dirt and a little trench worn into the ground showed how many had done exactly that before us. Jesse went first. He got down on his hands and knees, shoved his way under, and popped up on the other side with a grin. See? Easy. Lauren followed, then Aaron, then Steph, then Malik. I went last, mostly because someone had to keep an eye out for headlights. When I finally crouched and pushed my way under, the cold metal scraped against the back of my jacket and caught for a second. I tugged, harder than I meant to. The section of fence I was under bounced, slipped out of my hand, and snapped back against the post with a metallic clang that punched through the quiet. All 6 of us froze. For half a heartbeat, that sound might as well have been a door slamming right behind my head. My heart hit my ribs like it was trying to get out. I could see Jesse's eyes go wide in the dim light, his body tensing like he expected someone to come storming around the corner yelling. Nothing happened. The echo died against the brick walls and drifted off into the night. Somewhere down the block, a car door shut, distant and harmless. The neon sign across the street buzzed and flickered, uncaring. "Dude," Jesse hissed, half laughing, half annoyed. "You trying to get us arrested?" I muttered something about the fence slipping and climbed the rest of the way under. My hands were shaking a little. I told myself it was the cold. The side door of the church was around the back, tucked in a shallow alcove. Up close, you could see the paint had peeled down to the bare wood in long strips. Someone had spray painted a crude pentagram across the panels, probably thinking they were original. There was no handle anymore, just a dark hole where the hardware had been ripped out. Jesse put his shoulder against it and pushed. At first, nothing. Then, slowly, the door gave with a long, low groan that crawled up my spine. The sound echoed into whatever was on the other side and came back to us doubled, like another door deeper inside was complaining in sympathy. The air that spilled out was colder than the night air had any right to be. It smelled like wet stone, mold, Burned dust, rotting wood. There was another layer under it, hard to pin down. Old smoke, maybe, or the faint sourness of something that had been left too long in a damp room. Inside, the main sanctuary was just an empty shell. Where there should have been pews, there was only bared subfloor, long boards missing, exposing packed dirt and broken joists. I could see where heavy benches had once been bolted down by the scars left in the wood that remained. Graffiti crawled across the walls, band names, curse words, symbols, a sloppily drawn 666 that made Erin roll her eyes even as she stayed close to the center of the group. And then we saw it. In the middle of the floor, where the center aisle of the church must have once run, there was a square cut out of the ground, neater than you would expect, like someone had measured and marked it. A set of concrete steps disappeared down into pure black. There was a light bulb hanging above the opening, swaying slightly on its wire, but it was dead. Our phone screens and flashlight apps barely pushed the darkness back. We drifted toward it without really talking about it. The 6 of us ended up standing around the opening in a loose ring, peering down. The beam from Jesse's phone slid over gray concrete, then got swallowed up by the dark before it could show us the bottom. Every now and then, the sound of our breathing echoed back up at us in a way that made it hard to tell whose was whose. Standing on that edge, it did not feel like looking down a set of stairs. It felt like standing at the lip of a mouth, a square, concrete throat waiting for someone to slip. The air rising from it was colder still, and it smelled like earth that had not been touched by light for a long time. Lauren broke the silence with a shaky little laugh. "Ladies first, right?" she said, and nudged my arm with her elbow. Everyone laughed, but it was a little too loud, a little too quick, like we were all trying to outrun the same thought. I was the first one to go down. The first step down sounded louder than it should have. My sneaker hit concrete, and the small thud echoed back up at me a split second later, like someone else had stepped right after I did. I told myself it was just the way sound bounced in enclosed spaces, and took another step. The phone light in my hand shook a little as I went. Its cold white beam slid over bare concrete walls, unfinished and rough. Gray dust clinging to places where the cement had chipped. There were old pipes running along the ceiling, some wrapped in torn insulation, some bare and stained, disappearing into the dark ahead of me. A couple of them dripped, slow and steady, the drops ticking against the steps or the floor below with a soft, patient rhythm. Behind me, I could hear the others following, soles scuffed against the stairs in uneven patterns. Jesse muttered something about, "This is sick," under his breath. Erin breathed through her mouth, like the smell was worse to her than to the rest of us. From above, from the hollow sanctuary, the wind pushed through the broken windows and made the cracked bones of the building sigh. Halfway down, I paused and looked up. The rectangle of the church floor had shrunk to a smaller patch of shadow, edged with what little ambient light seeped in from the boarded windows. 6 faces leaned over the opening, ringed in a circle of pale phone screens, hovering over the darkness like moons. Their voices slid over each other. Laughs, jokes, a couple of nervous comments about horror movies that started exactly like this. "Keep moving, man," Jesse said. "You're blocking the view." So I did. The air grew colder as we reached the bottom. Not just chilly, but damp in a way that sank into my sleeves and underneath my skin. It smelled like wet cement and mold, metallic in places, with a faint undercurrent of something older. There was a burned something smell too, like candles that had been snuffed out badly and left to sit in a closed room. The basement opened out as we stepped off the stairs. My light swung across a wide space and vanished into shadow at the edges before it could find walls. It felt larger than the foundation of the church had any right to allow, like someone had dug into the earth more than they should have a long time ago. Straight ahead, framed in my beam, there were 3 dark rectangles, 3 doorways. The one on the left was wide and open, leading into a room that looked bigger than the others. The one on the right was narrower, with edges that suggested a smaller space. And directly in front of us, a little farther down the short hall, was a door. An actual door. Old wood, sagging slightly on its hinges, pulled almost shut with just a sliver of black where it did not quite meet the frame. My light caught on the metal of its handle. It glinted dull and dark, like something left out in the rain too long. "Okay, this is actually spooky," Erin whispered, which was funny, coming from her, because she had been the one making fun of this place 10 minutes ago. "Left looks like the party room," Jesse said. "We'll explore haunted door later." He brushed past me, already angling toward the left-hand opening. The others followed, drawn by the promise of a bigger space, of something less focused than the single closed-off room at the end of the hall. I stood there for another second, light on that door, trying to decide if the way it hung there bothered me as much as it should. Then I turned with everyone else. The big room on the left had the feel of a forgotten storage area or meeting space. The ceiling was low and crisscrossed with more pipes. My beam slid across a pile of broken folding chairs, their metal legs tangled in each other. In one corner, half of a couch sat slumped against the wall, its upholstery shredded, stuffing spilling out like torn cotton clouds. A tall metal cabinet stood with its door hanging open, shelves empty, rust bleeding down the front in long, vertical streaks. "This is like every horror game tutorial level ever," Jesse said. His voice bounced off the walls, softer than it had been upstairs, like the room swallowed sound instead of letting it go. Lauren kicked lightly at a crumpled beer can on the floor. It skittered a short distance and then stopped, the sound carrying farther than it should have. "Teenagers were definitely here before us," she said, though she still stayed closer to the middle of the space. "Guess we are just carrying on the tradition," Steph answered, pulling her phone out fully and turning on her flashlight app. The overlapping beams from our screens painted moving patches of light on the walls and ceiling, leaving gaps where the dark felt thicker. At some point, Jesse pulled up some music on his phone. The tiny speakers buzzed as a low beat trickled out, almost comically thin in the large room. The bass barely existed, but it was enough to set a rhythm, enough to make the silence feel less absolute. We stayed in a loose cluster, leaning against the wall or sitting on upturned buckets, talking over the music. It was normal stuff at first. Trash talk about teachers we hated. A girl in our grade who had broken up with her boyfriend in the middle of the cafeteria that week. College plans none of us really believed would work out the way we said they would. Jesse joked about getting out of Ardmore and never looking back. Lauren said she would miss the stupid Wawa runs more than any person. Malik, when pressed, just shrugged and said he did not think that far ahead. It did not feel like a horror story yet. It felt like a late, cold hangout spot with worse decor and better acoustics. Every now and then, though, something would interrupt. Once, in the middle of Jesse's story about nearly getting caught shoplifting a pack of gum from the pharmacy when he was 12, a small metallic ting fell from the ceiling. We all looked up. My light found a nail lying on the concrete between us, rocking slightly where it had landed. Above, there was an empty hole in a joist where it must have worked itself loose. "Old house," Malik said quietly. "Things fall." We let it go. But after that, I kept noticing the ceiling. The way the pipes vibrated when someone shifted their weight against a wall. The way dust would come down in lazy curtains if you bumped a chair too hard. Little proof that the building was not completely dead. It still moved in small, complaining ways. Another time, the music cut out mid-song. It did not fade. It simply stopped. Jesse frowned and looked down at his phone. A notification banner had popped up across the screen. Text from someone asking where we were. He swiped it away, and the app crashed to the home screen. "Service down here is trash," he muttered, tapping at the display. The room immediately felt different without the thin layer of sound. The sudden stillness settled on my shoulders like weight. That was when I heard it. A small sound from the hallway. Not loud, not dramatic. Just a delicate, crisp little click, like metal hitting metal. It reminded me of the sound a door handle makes when someone tests it gently. Not enough to open it, just enough to see if it will turn. Everyone must have heard something, because the conversation died all at once. Steph's laughter cut off in the middle of a syllable. Erin froze with her hand halfway to her pocket. We all turned our heads in the same direction, toward the open doorway and the dark hall beyond. No one said anything for 2, maybe 3 full breaths. I pointed my phone toward the doorway, but from this angle, all I could see was part of the wall outside, and then black. The click did not come again. There was only the faint, distant sigh of wind finding its way through cracks upstairs. "Probably just the pipes," Jessie said eventually, voice softer than before. "Or that Nail's brother giving up on life." A few of us laughed, too loudly, like we were trying to convince the air as much as ourselves. He got the music started again, and the thin beat trickled back in. Conversations resumed, a little forced at first, then easing back into something like normal. We did not stay much longer after that. Our fingers were starting to get numb from the cold, and the thrill of "we're somewhere we shouldn't be" had worn down into a dull edge of unease. Someone mentioned parents and curfew, and suddenly the idea of being back in warm, boring bedrooms did not seem so bad. "All right, let's bounce," Jesse said, pocketing his phone for good. We proved our point. Basement conquered. We gathered ourselves, tucking hands into sleeves, checking pockets for lighters and keys and whatever else we had brought. As we stepped back into the hall, I glanced toward the far end without meaning to. The door was still there, the old wooden one, straight ahead, but something about it made my skin tighten. When we first came down, it had been almost closed, just a thin crack. Now, in my memory at least, it looked different, open a little wider, a thicker slice of black showing between its edge and the frame. "Did any of you," I started, then stopped. The words felt heavier than they should have. Asking meant someone might confirm what I saw, or they might not, and then I would be alone with it. "What?" Lauren asked. "Nothing," I said. "Cold. Let's go." We headed back toward the stairs. One by one, everyone started up. Footsteps on concrete, hands brushing the wall for balance. I hung back, letting them go first. Part of me wanted to be the last one out, to make sure we were not leaving anyone behind. Part of me did not want anything behind me at all. At the base of the stairs, I stopped and turned around for a final look. Without all the overlapping beams of our phones, the basement was darker. Jesse's light, already halfway up, cast a weak glow that barely reached the floor. The big room on the left was a mouth of shadow now. The smaller room on the right was gone, eaten by the dark. The door ahead, the one with the slight gap, was a vertical strip of black, too deep to see into. I thumbed off my flashlight. For a second or two, there was nothing. No light, no movement, just the feeling of open space and cold air in front of me. In that pocket of black, I thought I heard something. It was not a clear sound, not the scrape of a shoe or the rattle of pipes. More like a soft, uneven exhale, air moving through a narrow space, too slow and too deliberate to be just the building settling. It brushed past my ears in a way that made my scalp prickle. Then Jesse called my name from somewhere above, his voice echoing down the stairwell, and the moment broke. I flicked my light back on, pointed it at my feet, and took the stairs 2 at a time, not giving myself the chance to look back again. By the time we pushed through the side door into the cold October air, the basement already felt like a story. Something we would laugh about later, tell other people to prove how brave we had been. I did not mention the door. I did not mention the sound. I told myself it was the pipes. It was easier than considering the alternative. A few weeks can feel like a lifetime when you are 16. Homework piles up, crushes shift, somebody gets grounded, rumors about people you barely know float through the hallways and then vanish. Even the things that scared you start to blur around the edges, especially when you are trying very hard not to look at them directly. For a little while after that first night in the church basement, we did not really talk about it. Not the way we should have anyway. It would come up in pieces. Someone mentioning the smell, or that weird nail falling from the ceiling, or how cold the air felt down there. But always as a joke, something to punchline and move past. I think we all hoped it would fade into just another story. Something we could bring up a year later at some graduation party and laugh about. A bullet point on a list of dumb things we did in high school. Then, one afternoon in the cafeteria, somebody said it out loud. We were wedged around one of those long tables, trays pushed aside to make room for books and phones and half-finished homework. The room was a low roar of voices and the clatter of plastic and metal. Over by the windows, some guys were stacking milk cartons into a pyramid while a teacher pretended not to see. It was just another day that felt like it would never end. I had the worst dream last night, Erin said suddenly, picking at the corner of her sandwich. We were back in that basement, but it was wrong. The stairs just kept going. You mean the stairs that you refused to go down past the 7th time I told you it was fine? Jessie said, grinning at her. She threw a balled-up napkin at him. Shut up. You were scared too. I saw your hands shaking. My hands shake when I have too much caffeine, he said. It's a medical condition. Lauren snorted. Yeah, chronic bullshit syndrome. I smiled, but the word basement had already opened something up in my head. The air felt tighter around the table for a moment. The cafeteria noise faded just enough that I could hear the hum of the vending machines in the corner. We should go back, someone said. I honestly cannot remember who said it first. That is the part that bothers me, because I want to blame it on somebody. I want to be able to say, it was Jesse's idea, and shove it all onto him. But it might have been me. It might have been that reflexive, defensive impulse to prove we were not actually shaken, that we had not brought any of the fear home with us. Yeah, Jesse jumped in, picking it up immediately. We barely saw anything. We just sat in that one room. There's a whole other side down there. And that door at the end of the hall? Tell me you are not at least a little curious. The door can stay shut, Erin said, but she did not sound as firm as she probably wanted to. Malik was silent, chewing slow, looking down at his fries like they were more important than the conversation. That was how he usually signaled he did not like where something was going. Steph, on the other hand, just shook her head. Nope, she said. Hard pass. I got the worst feeling down there, and I am not doing it again. Once was enough. You idiots can have fun getting murdered by raccoons or whatever. Jesse rolled his eyes. No one's getting murdered by raccoons. I am serious, she said. I had a headache for 2 days after that. I kept smelling that basement smell in my room. I do not know. It just felt wrong. I am out. Her tone killed the joke in the air for a second. She gave me a look, like she wanted backup. I did not give it. I just shrugged, too aware of the eyes on me. We would be in and out, Jesse said. No 3-hour seance. Just go, look around, maybe check the other rooms, and leave. Closure, dude. It helps. I do not know why that word stuck with me. Closure. Like the basement was an open tab in a browser somewhere in the back of our heads, and we needed to click the little X to stop the spinning. I did not say no. I did not say yes either. I just let the conversation slide away into other topics, but the plan was already made. It did not need my vote. We were going back. It was another Friday night. By then, the evenings were pushing closer to real winter. The air had lost whatever softness it still had in October and settled into something sharper. When you stepped outside at night, it went straight to the back of your nose and the inside of your chest. The routine was the same. Suburban Square until we got that familiar move along wave from security. Wawa for coffee and snacks, the competing smells of hot food and cleaner and damp jackets. Then into Jesse's Civic, heater hissing on our feet, windows fogging up as we talked and laughed and pretended this was just like any other Friday. Over and over, the loops on familiar streets, gas station lights washing the car in white, the soft orange of street lamps stretching our shadows when we crossed intersections, the same songs on the same playlists, that prickly, restless feeling settling in when you have been moving but not actually going anywhere for too long. Maple? Jesse said eventually, glancing at me instead of the road. Maple, Lauren echoed, a thin smile on her face. I could not tell if she was excited or scared. Maybe both. Malik sighed through his nose, but he did not say no. Steph was not with us this time. She had claimed she was busy, but we all knew that meant not coming. We turned onto Maple Avenue a little after 11 p.m. There was even less traffic than the last time. Most of the houses on the block were dark, save for a few living room windows glowing soft yellow behind curtains. A TV flickered blue in one, shapes moving behind the glass. The trees along the sidewalk were bare now, their branches rattling lightly in the wind. Dry leaves scudded along the asphalt, scraping softly when a gust pushed them into little whirlpools. The Korean place across from the church was still open somehow. Its neon open sign buzzed and flickered, bleeding blue and pink onto the sidewalk. The light made the empty front of 214 Maple look even more out of place, like a black and white photograph taped over a bright moving screen. We parked a little farther away this time, half because we thought it might make us less obvious, and half because none of us wanted to admit we were stalling. Walking toward the church, the sound of our footsteps on the sidewalk felt louder than it should have. The fence at the side of the property was exactly where we had left it. The bent section still lifted just enough to crawl under, the dirt still worn into that telltale trench. If anything, the gap looked a little more closed than before, like the metal had tried to spring back into shape in our absence. "Ladies first," Jesse said, dropping to his knees and ducking under anyway. We followed. I was more careful this time, keeping a firm grip on the edge so it would not snap back. The memory of that clang still lived somewhere under my ribs. Malik went ahead of me, moving slower than usual, as if listening for something on the other side. Up close, the side door looked worse. The spray-painted pentagram had faded at the edges, the lines fuzzier from weather and time, but the wood beneath seemed darker, swollen slightly where moisture had seeped in. The hole where the handle had been looked more gnawed out than broken now, an empty eye socket. Jesse put his shoulder against it again and shoved. For a moment, nothing happened. The door did not budge. It felt, somehow, like it was resisting, not just stuck, but pulled from the inside. "Give me a hand," he said, bracing his feet. I stepped up beside him and added my weight. Lauren pushed from behind us, laughing nervously. The wood groaned in protest, a deep, low sound that vibrated through my arms. Then, suddenly, whatever had been holding it gave. The door scraped inward over the floor, the noise dragging out into the hollow space beyond, like someone drawing a bow across an out-of-tune violin string. The air that spilled out this time was colder. The smell of damp and rot and old smoke hit harder. Underneath it was something else, something I had not noticed before. A faint tang of wax and burned wick, like a candle that had been put out with wet fingers. Inside, the sanctuary was the same skeleton we had left behind. Empty floor, broken boards, graffiti that seemed to have multiplied in our absence. But the feeling in the room had shifted. The last time, it had felt deserted, hollow. Now, there was a weight to it, like walking into a room where people had been arguing and gone quiet right before you stepped in. No one said that out loud. We did not have to. We drifted toward the center, toward the square cut in the floor. I could feel the pull of it before I could see it, cold air rising, brushing against my knees and hands. When we reached the opening, Jesse raised his phone, and the beam from his screen spilled down the stairs. Something flickered at the bottom. For half a second, my brain tried to make it into eyes. Then I realized what I was actually looking at. A small, steady flame, cupped in the dark. There was a candle sitting at the base of the stairs, just one. A short, stubby thing in a little glass holder, the kind you see at dollar stores or in memorials. The wax around the wick was melted into a shallow pool, but it had not burned down much. That meant it had not been lit long. The flame did not waver when our light hit it. It burned straight up, neat and sure, like we had just walked in on someone's dinner table and they had stepped away for a minute. For a long, stretched-out moment, none of us moved. I heard Lauren inhale sharply beside me. Aaron whispered something that sounded like, "Nope." Malik's jaw tightened. Jesse cleared his throat a little too loudly. "Okay," he said, trying to tack a laugh onto the end of it and not quite sticking the landing. "This is elaborate. Gotta respect the dedication. Some other kids probably came in here after us and thought they'd amp up the spooky." "Yeah, because random teenagers bring candles and sit in empty basements alone for fun," Aaron muttered. "You are literally in an empty basement for fun right now," he shot back. But it did not have his usual snap. Lauren leaned forward, peering down. Her face was lit from below for a second by both our phones and the tiny flame, making the shadows on her cheeks and eyes deepen in a way that made her look like somebody else. "This is actually kind of cool," she said quietly. "Like someone built a horror set for us." Malik had not taken his eyes off the candle since we first saw it. "I do not like this," he said. His voice was flat. "This means someone was just here, or they are still here." The thought was obvious, but hearing it spoken made the air feel thinner. I swallowed. My mouth had gone dry without me noticing. There was a part of me that wanted to back away from the opening, to suggest we leave, go get coffee somewhere, pretend we had come and it had been boarded up or something. Let the candle burn out on its own in the dark. Instead, I put one foot on the first step. The concrete was colder than I remembered. I took another step, and the flicker at the bottom brightened as I moved closer. The others followed, their lights overlapping with mine, casting multiple shadows against the walls that waved every time we shifted. When I reached the last step, I paused, half because I wanted to check my footing, and half because I wanted to see if the flame would react. It did not. It just sat there, a perfect little column of light, throwing a soft glow onto the dusty floor around it. I stepped over it carefully, placing my foot on the far side so I would not knock it or drip wax onto my shoe. As I passed, I felt a tiny wash of warmth against my ankle, the first real warmth in that building all night. Behind me, I heard Jesse come down, then Lauren, then Aaron. Malik was last. For a second, it felt like we were crossing some invisible line, like the candle was a marker, and everything beyond it belonged a little less to us and a little more to whoever had decided to light it. We could have turned around then. We should have turned around then. Instead, we kept walking into the basement, carrying our phone flashlights and our bravado like they meant more than they did, pretending we did not all know, deep down, that this was a stupid idea. The big room on the left looked almost exactly the way we had left it. Almost. The broken folding chairs were still piled in the corner like a nest of bent metal bones. The half-destroyed couch still slumped against the wall, its stuffing spilling out in gray clumps. The rusted metal cabinet was still there, door open like a yawning mouth. Dust lay over everything in a thin, even skin, broken only where our footprints from last time still lingered, softened, but not completely erased. What had not been there before was the mirror. It stood in the far corner of the room, tilted just slightly back against the wall, as if it had been dragged there by someone who did not care whether it was straight. It was a full-length standing mirror, the kind you might find in a bedroom or a dressing room, except completely wrong for this place. The wooden frame around it was thick and old-looking, flaking white paint in long, curled strips. Here and there, the bare wood showed through, dark and swollen from damp. The glass itself was cracked. Not a single clean break, but a whole spiderweb of fractures radiating out from a spot a little above eye level. like something had hit it there once, with a lot of force. The cracks spread in jagged lines, intersecting and branching off until no part of the surface was truly whole. I stopped just inside the doorway when my light found it. For a second, my brain did not register it as a mirror at all. It looked like some kind of boarded-up window or a hole into another room covered in shattered ice. Then, as my hand shifted, my own face slid into view. The cracks took me apart. My forehead was broken into 3 pieces. One eye hovered a little higher than the other, smeared along a line of glass that bent it out of shape. My mouth was sliced in half by one of the fractures, so the top lip and the bottom lip did not quite line up. It was like looking at one of those collages where someone cuts up a photo and tapes it back together wrong. "Okay, that was not here," Aaron said from behind me. "Tell me that was not here." "It wasn't," I said. My voice sounded flatter than I meant it to. "We would have noticed a giant broken mirror in the corner. Maybe we were too busy being terrified of nails and pipes," Jesse suggested, but he did not sound convinced. His light joined mine, doubling the reflections, making my chopped-up face multiply and smear across the web of fractures. Lauren stepped forward a little, tipping her head to the side as she looked at herself. Her features fractured and reassembled with the movement. "This is like those funhouse mirrors," she said, "except not fun at all." She lifted her phone higher and swung the beam sideways. The light shifted across the glass, and for a moment, the angles made it look like there was someone standing slightly behind us in the reflection. A pale blur where a face should be, hovering just over my shoulder. I turned around fast. The room behind us was empty. Just the doorway, the hall, the flat wall. When I looked back at the mirror, the extra face was gone. It had only been a trick of overlapping reflections. My light and Jesse's, and the way the cracks caught them. "Did you see that?" I asked, immediately hating how shaky I sounded. "See what?" Jesse said. "Nothing," I said. "Just the glass being weird." We edged closer, drawn in spite of ourselves. There is something about mirrors that makes you want to stand directly in front of them, even when every instinct is telling you not to. The 4 of us who were there arranged ourselves in a rough line, each of us trying to stay far enough away that we would not bump it, but close enough that we could see. "Who brings a mirror down here?" Aaron muttered. "Like, did some homeless interior decorator set up shop? Maybe it is like, I do not know, satanic rituals," Jesse said, with a grin that was too wide. "Summon your demons and then check your outfit before you sacrifice someone. Or, you know, just someone who got sick of looking at themselves," Lauren said. Relatable, honestly. The jokes came automatically, filling the space before silence could settle too deeply. But nobody stood directly in front of the mirror for more than a few seconds. Each time one of us ended up centered in the frame, we shifted, moving to the side, letting our reflections break apart and fall into the edges instead of staring back from the heart of the web. Up close, I noticed things I had not seen from the doorway. The frame was not just chipped. It was gouged in places, as if someone had dragged something sharp along it more than once. The scratches were clustered on one side, about where a hand might land if you were reaching out in the dark. In the cracks themselves, dust had settled, but not as thickly as on the floor or the furniture. That bothered me more than it should have. It meant the damage was not as old as the building. "Maybe this used to be in one of the upstairs rooms," Lauren said. "Like some pastor's wife's dressing mirror or whatever. Somebody dragged it down here." "Yeah, because when I think perfect basement accessory, I think giant cursed mirror, Aaron said. You say cursed, I say vintage, Jesse answered. But his eyes kept flicking back to the glass, never resting in one place for long. I do not know what made me step closer. Curiosity, probably, or that compulsion to poke the thing you know you should not touch. I lifted my phone a little more, angling the light so it swept across the center of the mirror. That was when I saw the mark. At first, I thought it was just another piece of the crack pattern, a darker line that had caught the light oddly. But as I stared, the shape resolved into something different. It was not a neat fracture. It was a smear, a roughly oval patch stretched over several intersecting cracks, darker than the glass around it. I moved the light back and forth. The darker area shone slightly, not like glass, but like something on top of the glass, something that had dried unevenly. Do you see that? I said, my mouth suddenly dry. What? Lauren asked, leaning in. That. I pointed, my fingertip hovering just shy of the surface. That spot. It looks, I do not know, like someone wiped something there. She squinted, then pulled her head back a fraction. Yeah, that's gross. Is that paint? Jesse stepped closer too, our shoulders almost touching. He tilted his phone to add his beam to mine. In that combined light, the smear showed a different texture than the surrounding dust. It caught the glow in a way that made it look slightly wet, like there were minuscule ridges and valleys to it. I inched nearer until I could see the edges clearly. The outer parts had flaked a little, dried to a dull, matte finish. But near the center, there was a small streak where the substance still had a faint gloss, as if it had not finished setting, like it had been put there recently. That was when the smell hit me. Not strong at first, just a thin thread weaving through the scents of mold and damp cement and old smoke already thick in the room. A metallic tang, faint but sharp, with a sourness under it. It made the back of my throat prickle and my nose sting. It reminded me of the way your hands smell if you cut yourself and do not wash them right away. Of pennies rubbed between fingers. Of something that should be inside a body, not streaked across a mirror in a cold basement. I jerked back a step, nearly bumping into Lauren. My heart was beating too fast for how little I had actually done. What? She said. What is it? I shook my head, trying to play it off and failing. It is not paint. I do not think it is paint. Well, that is reassuring, Aaron said from farther back. She had not come as close and did not seem in any hurry to change that. Jesse exhaled slowly. It could be anything, he said. Rust, some kind of, I do not know, cleaner or a spill or... It smells like metal, I said, sharper than I meant to. Like something was on someone's hands when they touched it. We all went quiet at that. The candle at the bottom of the stairs had told us someone had been here not long ago. The smear on the glass told us that whoever it was had stood right where we were standing, close enough to see themselves fractured, close enough to press their fingers into the mirror and leave a trace. The thought made my skin crawl. I took another step back, wanting more distance between me and the glass. The mirror threw a distorted image of my retreating face back at me. Eyes too wide, mouth a strange bent line. Lauren tried to lighten it. Maybe some weirdo is doing, I do not know, rituals down here, she said, forcing a laugh. Offerings to the god of terrible home decor. No one really laughed with her. Even she heard how thin it sounded. Her gaze kept sliding back to the smear, the way mine did. Jesse scrubbed a hand over his mouth. Look, if this was anything seriously bad, We would have heard about it, right? He said. Like actual news, cops, tape, the whole deal. It is probably just some guy squatting down here who cut himself on trash and had a dramatic moment in the mirror. Wow, that makes me feel so much better, Aaron muttered. Random injured squatter with access to candles and a basement door. Fantastic. Behind us, somewhere in the hallway, something creaked. It was not the loud, collapsing sort of creak you hear in movies. It was subtle. The kind of sound wood makes when weight shifts on it. When someone moves their foot from one spot to another on old boards and everything adjusts. It carried through the room in a thin, high thread, distinct enough to cut through our conversation. All of us froze. My light jerked off the mirror and swung toward the doorway. For a second, the beam caught only empty air, dust motes glittering. Then Malik's flashlight, from behind us, swept a little wider than mine. The light slid across the hall outside and landed, just for a heartbeat, on the closed door at the far end. It was not almost closed anymore. The last time I had really looked at it, down here on that first visit, there had been a slim gap between the wood and the frame, enough that you could see pure black inside. Now, in the harsh angle of the flashlight, the line between them had narrowed. The door sat tighter in its place. It looked shut, properly shut, like something on the other side had leaned into it and let its full weight rest there while we all stood in here, staring at ourselves. Nobody had touched that door. None of us had been near it since we came down the stairs. My mouth went even drier. The candle flickered somewhere behind us in the stairwell, its little flame suddenly feeling more like a marker on one side of a line we should not have crossed. Old building, Jesse said again, but this time the words sounded like they were meant more for him than for any of us. Stuff moves. It was probably just the wind. I did not correct him, but as I stood there, listening to the quiet settle back in and staring at the now tightly closed door, the thought would not leave my head. If it was the wind, then the wind had learned how to close things. For a few seconds, nobody moved. We just stood there in the big room, caught between the cracked mirror and the closed door down the hall, like we were waiting for the building to make the next move. It was open, I said finally. Before, last time we were here, it was not all the way shut. You sure? Jesse asked a little too quickly. I mean, we did not exactly take measurements. I am sure, I said. I remember the gap. I remember the way it looked. Doors swell, Aaron said, staying deliberately closer to the mirror side of the room than the hall. That is a thing, right? Moisture, humidity, wood moves. It probably just settled or something. In like 2 weeks? I asked. Perfectly? While we were down here? Well, clearly something changed, she shot back. Pick your poison, ghosts or physics. That is not how physics works, Malik said quietly. His voice was flat, but there was an edge to it I had not heard before, and that door didn't move for years before we ever came down here. Lauren hugged her arms around herself. Look, can we not fight about what the door is doing? She said. Either it is haunted or it is humid. Either way, I would kind of like to know what is behind it before it starts. I do not know. Locking itself. Jesse seized on that. Exactly, he said. We check it, we see a bunch of junk, we go, wow, that's anticlimactic, and then we can stop freaking out every time a piece of wood makes a noise. His eyes flicked to me. I realized what he was doing. trying to drag everything back into the realm of stupid adventure and out of the place where it felt like we were being watched. Part of me appreciated it. Another part felt like it was being smothered. "I am not touching it," Aaron said. "But if you idiots absolutely have to, I am at least not staying in here alone." So we moved as a group. The hallway outside the big room felt narrower than it had on the first night. The light from our phones carved out long, skinny tunnels of visibility, leaving tall, wavering shadows on the walls and ceiling. Malik walked a step ahead of me, his beam steady. Jesse and Lauren brought up the middle. Erin stayed at the back, making sure she could still see both the room we had left and the door we were going toward, like she did not trust either to behave if she turned her back for too long. Our footsteps on the concrete sounded softer in the hall, muffled by the close walls. I could hear the quiet rasp of our breathing more clearly now, the occasional rustle of jackets, the tiny squeak of rubber soles when someone shifted their weight. Somewhere farther off, deep in the building, a drop of water fell at regular intervals. Tap, 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 into something hollow. As we got closer, the door seemed to get taller. It was not, obviously. It was just a normal-sized interior door, old and thick and badly painted in some off-white color that had yellowed with time. But the way our lights hit it from below stretched it upward, making the top fade into shadow. Up close, I could feel the cold coming off it. Not just the general chill of the basement, a concentrated coolness in the air directly in front of it, like the wood was holding on to a lower temperature than everything else. I reached out and let my fingers hover a fraction of an inch from the metal handle. The air around it felt even colder, a thin ring of chill that made the tiny hairs on my knuckles prickle. "Dude, you do not have to," Lauren started, but she did not finish. The rest of the sentence died in the back of her throat. "Look at that," Malik said, his beam dropping from the handle to the middle of the door. 5 lines ran down the wood in a tight cluster. They started about chest height and dragged down toward knee level. They were too close together and too evenly spaced to be random scrapes from moving furniture or years of wear. They looked like something deliberate, like someone with 5 fingers had pressed their hand against the door and dragged it down as they went, leaving thin, pale gouges where their nails, or whatever they had instead of nails, had bitten into the paint. The lines were lighter than the rest of the door, almost fresh looking. The exposed wood beneath had not yet darkened to match the surrounding surface. There was no dust settled into the grooves. "Those were not there before," I said. "How would you even know?" Aaron asked. "We barely looked at this thing last time." "Because I would have remembered that," I answered. "You do not just miss that." Up close, it was obvious they were newer than everything around them. The paint at the edges of each groove still curled slightly inward, like it had flaked only recently. They did not have the softness that time gives to damage. They were sharp. My hand tightened on the phone. For a second, the light trembled over the wood, making the scratches seem to flicker like they were moving. "Could be an animal," Jesse offered weakly. "Raccoon, or, I do not know. Big squirrel. Do squirrels scratch doors?" "No squirrel stands up that high," Malik said. A thin silence fell between us, broken only by the tap of that distant drip and the faint, almost imagined sound of the candle flame shifting back at the stairs. I realized we had come all this way to see, and now none of us wanted to be the one to actually open the door. "I'll do it," I heard myself say. The words left my mouth before I had really decided on them. Maybe some part of me wanted to get it over with. maybe another part felt like I owed it to myself to know, instead of spending the next 10 years making up guesses in the dark. I wrapped my fingers around the handle. It was cold enough that, for a second, it felt wet. I braced, expecting resistance, swollen wood, rusted hinges, that ugly shriek of old metal moving for the first time in forever. Instead, when I turned the handle and pushed, the door opened like it had been waiting. No protest, no grind. It swung inward on nearly silent hinges, as smooth as if it had been opened and closed 10 times a day for years. That was almost worse than if it had stuck. Inside, my light fell on rows of shelves. The room was smaller than the one we had just left, but it felt more crowded. Wooden shelving units lined the walls, sagging under the weight of objects that time had not completely claimed yet. There were stacks of old books, their spines warped by moisture, titles blurred or peeling. Cardboard boxes slumped against each other, some half collapsed, the tops still taped shut. A couple of plastic crates held what looked like hymnals, their covers mottled with mold. In the middle of the floor sat a low table, just a cheap, rectangular thing on 4 legs, as out of place as the mirror had been. The surface of it was surprisingly clean compared to everything else, like someone had wiped it down. On top of the table was an ashtray. It was glass, the heavy kind you see in old diners and bars. A thin wisp of smoke curled up from the center of it. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, some ghost of movement left in my eyes from swinging the flashlight around. But as I stepped closer, I saw it clearly. There was a cigarette butt mashed into the ash, its end still faintly orange. Not glowing bright, not freshly lit. Just a lingering ember, the last little bit of heat slowly dying. The ash around it was slightly disturbed, as if it had been stubbed out not long ago. Okay, Aaron breathed behind me. Nope, no. Someone is down here. Someone was just down here. Next to the ashtray was a cheap plastic lighter, the kind you get in a pack by the register. It was blue, scratched, but not cracked. Beads of moisture clinging to the sides from the cold air. The smell in the room was different from the rest of the basement. Underneath the mold and the damp and the faint trace of old smoke was the sharper odor of fresh tobacco, recently burned, not the stale ghost of cigarettes from years past. It hung in the air, thin but insistent, clinging to the back of my tongue. I became acutely aware of how many breaths I was taking. Each one felt like I was pulling in air that had just been in someone else's lungs. They must have heard us, Malik said quietly. They must have heard us coming down the stairs and left. Or they are still here, Lauren whispered. Her eyes flicked to the corners of the room, to the space between the shelves, to the shadowed ceiling above us. I scanned the shelves again, the floor, the space under the table. No movement, no obvious hiding place, but the feeling did not go away. If anything, it got stronger. That prickling sense of presence. Like the room itself was a held breath, waiting to exhale. On the far edge of the table, near the corner closest to the wall, something lay half in shadow. My light brushed over it, a rectangle, glossy, edges catching the beam. It looked like a photograph, or maybe some kind of card. The image was turned away from us, face down, showing only the stark white of the back. My hand twitched toward it instinctively. Then I stopped. Every nerve in my body screamed that touching anything else in here would cross another line we did not understand. I did not pick it up, I would tell myself later. Not then. I stood there instead, hand hovering in the air, all my attention pulled toward that little white rectangle, while my brain kept cataloging the rest: the still smoking cigarette, the fresh scratches on the door, the way the table did not have dust on it like everything else. Behind me, in the hall, the candle flame must have guttered a little. For an instant, the light from outside the room dimmed, and the darkness pressed in closer. That was the first time I knew, with zero doubt, that someone else was using that basement. And they were not just some bored kid like us. The smoke coming off that cigarette was the wrong kind of delicate. It did not billow, like in movies. It rose in a thin, wobbly line from the mashed filter in the ashtray, curling once or twice before dissolving into the colder air of the room. My phone light caught the faint orange at the butt, a pinprick of heat still clinging on, refusing to die. It was such a tiny thing, but it pinned time down for me. Whoever had been in that room had not left hours ago. They had not abandoned this basement days or weeks before we barged in. They had been here recently, close enough that our breaths might still be mixing in the same air. I could see our light reflected in the glass ashtray, little white rectangles shivering on its chipped rim. The table's surface around it was weirdly clean, like someone had wiped it off with their sleeve or hand. No thick layer of dust, no debris, just the ashtray, the lighter, and that other thing in the corner. The photograph. It lay half in shadow, square to the edge of the table. The glossy side was face down, the back that flat, off-white color modern prints have. For some reason, that bothered me more than if it had been old and yellowed. It meant it was new. It belonged to right now, not the history of the building. "Do not touch that," Erin whispered. Her voice sounded thinner than usual, like the air was stealing pieces of it before it reached my ears. I knew she was right. There was a very clear part of me that understood, in that moment, that the smartest possible thing I could do was to back away, slowly, turn around, go up those stairs, and pretend I had never seen this room. Walk out into the cold, neon-lit street and let whatever lived in this basement keep its secrets. Instead, I reached for the photo. My fingers brushed the edge first. The paper was cool, but not as cold as I expected. It did not stick to the table or crack when I lifted it. It slid up easily, like it had not been sitting there long enough to really settle. The others leaned in without meaning to. I felt their bodies crowd closer, their lights converging over my hands. My heart was beating too fast, drumming in my throat, my ears, the tips of my fingers. I turned the picture over. It was not some ancient black and white relic. It was a full-color, glossy print. The resolution was crisp. No fading, no water stains, no curled edges. The kind of photograph you get when you send a file to a drugstore kiosk and pick it up 20 minutes later. It showed 214 Maple from the outside. The frame was taken from across the street, probably standing near or just in front of the Korean takeout place. The church filled most of the shot. Brick facade, boarded windows, sagging sign. The neon open sign in the restaurant window bled pink and blue across the lower left corner, casting that familiar candy-colored glow onto the stone around the front doors. For a second, that was all my brain processed. Old building, weird lighting, slightly tilted angle like someone had taken it in a hurry. Just a picture of the place we were standing under right now. Then my eyes dropped to the bottom of the frame. Parked at the curb, crooked as always, was a silver Honda Civic with one darker door. Jesse's car. It sat partially up on the curb, front wheel at a cockeyed angle, exactly the way he always left it when he parallel parked. In the reflection of one of the church's broken lower windows, you could see a smear of movement that might have been people, blurred outlines standing too close together to make out who was who, but close enough that I recognized the way the group clustered. I swallowed. My tongue tasted like smoke and metal. "That's my car," Jesse said slowly, as if there were any chance someone might disagree with him. That is my car. Maybe it is just the same model," Aaron said weakly. "Lots of people have Civics. That is like the whole point of Civics. They are everywhere." "No," Malik said. His voice had that flat certainty again. He leaned in, pointing at the photo. "Look, that back door. It is darker, and there's the dent on the rear bumper. Right there. That is his car." My light followed his finger. The mismatched door was there, a slightly different shade of silver than the rest. And yeah, the dent was visible too, a small crescent on the bumper where Jesse had backed into a metal post at a gas station a year before. There was no way to argue with it. This was not a generic car. This was Jesse's. Our car. Lauren exhaled a sound that was almost a laugh and almost a sob. "When was that taken?" she asked. What night is that?" I didn't have an answer, but as I stared, details began to stand out. The posters on the telephone pole at the left edge of the frame were different from the ones I had seen last week. A bright red flyer I recognized for a local show we had gone to in September was still taped up in the photo. But those flyers had been torn down weeks ago. The tree branches in the background still had more leaves on them than they did now. The air in the shot had that soft, hazy quality you get earlier in the season, before the cold really sets in. This was not tonight. This was not even the same week. Someone had been across the street on a different night, pointing a camera at 214 Maple while Jesse's car sat out front. Someone had watched us, or some earlier version of us, from the safety of the restaurant side of the road, snapped a picture, printed it, and brought it down here, to the basement, to this room, to this table. My skin crawled. I think all of ours did. "Could be Photoshop," Jesse said suddenly, like he had been waiting for the right moment to throw the lifeline out. "You can do anything with pictures now. Someone could have found a shot of this place and dropped my car in. Ha ha, look, freak the kids out." "Yeah," Lauren said, seizing onto it. "Just some weirdo messing with us, right? Like some older guys trying to scare the dumb teens in the haunted church." Malik shook his head. "Then why print it?" he asked. "Why go through the trouble? Why bring it down here, to the basement? And light a candle," Aaron added, voice shaking now. "And smoke a cigarette, and then leave it all sitting here like a display?" Because they knew we would see it, I thought. Because this is not random. Out loud, I did not say much. "Someone is watching this place," I managed. "They are not just passing through. They are using it, like their living room, or their hunting ground." Nobody liked that phrasing, but nobody argued. All at once, I became painfully aware of how much of the basement I could not see from where we were standing. The door frame only showed us the shelves in this room, the table in front of us. The hall outside was a thin slice of darkness, the wall beyond just a flat line. The big room where the mirror stood was out of sight. The stairs up to the sanctuary were out of sight. Behind every piece of furniture, under every shelf, at the base of every shadow, there was space. Space for someone to be standing. Space for eyes. a drop of water fell somewhere deeper in the building. It hit something hollow with a plink that echoed louder than before. The faint hiss of the nearly dead cigarette seemed suddenly aggressive, like someone whispering through clenched teeth. I could feel it on my skin. That sensation of being observed from more than one angle at once. The primitive part of my brain that had not evolved past predator in the bushes started throwing off sparks. The back of my neck prickled. My shoulders tightened. Every little sound inflated in my head until it became the thing I was afraid of. The soft tap of Erin shifting her foot sounded like a step closer. The rustle of Lauren's jacket might as well have been fabric brushing a doorway. Air moving through an unseen crack turned into breathing. "I want to go," Lauren said suddenly. "I am serious. I want to go. I do not care what is behind any more doors. I do not want to see any more surprises. I am done." Her voice broke on the last word. She was close to crying, whether she wanted any of us to see it or not. "Yeah," Erin said. "Yeah. Can we please leave? Like, now?" Jesse looked like he wanted to argue, to hang on to the image of himself as the unshakable one. But he kept glancing at the photo in my hand, at the cigarette, at the lighter. Each time his gaze landed, his jaw clenched a little tighter. "Fine," he said eventually. "We go. Happy?" No one answered him directly. We did not need to. For a second, I just stood there with the picture between my fingers, the glossy surface catching the jumpy light from our phones. The reasonable part of me knew exactly what needed to happen. I should have put it back on the table, face down, exactly where I had found it. I should have walked away and let whoever had set this little scene up find it undisturbed. Instead, my hand went the other way. Without really thinking, I folded the photo slightly and slid it into the front pocket of my hoodie. It was almost a reflex. Maybe some part of me wanted proof later that this had been real, something I could hold up to myself if I started convincing myself it was all in my head. The moment it left the table, the room felt different. The ashtray and lighter, abandoned on the wiped clean surface, looked suddenly wrong, like props after the actor has walked off stage. The air seemed to thicken, the weight of it settling heavier on my shoulders. "Come on," Malik said. "We are done here." We filed out of the room, one by one. I did not look back at the table. I did not need to. I could feel it behind me, the objects we were leaving, and the one I had stolen. The balance between them shifted. Later, when everything started to really go wrong, I would think back to that moment, my fingers closing around the edge of that photograph, the small, stupid decision to take it with me instead of leaving it where it belonged. That was the first mistake. The first loose thread I pulled in a knot that should have been left alone. Once the decision was made, it was like the air shifted. All the fake bravery, all the jokes and curiosity burned off at once and left something raw underneath. Nobody said, "Let's explore one more thing." Nobody said, "5 more minutes." The room with the shelves and the ashtray felt smaller by the second, like the walls were inching in. "Let's get out of here," Lauren said. "Now, please." Nobody argued. We backed into the hall as a group, the light from our phones swinging over the doorframe, the scratched wood, the fresh gouges. For the first time, the hallway really felt like what it was, a narrow tunnel carved through the guts of the building, leading us back toward the only exit we had. The air in the corridor was colder than the storage room, but somehow less stale, like something was moving through here more often. The concrete under our shoes was gritty with dust and tiny fragments of plaster. Our shadows stretched long and warped ahead of us, then jerked sideways when one of us shifted their hand. Nobody was talking now. Even Jesse had run out of commentary. The only sounds we made were the small ones our bodies could not help. The soft scuff of sneakers, the rustle of fabric, the occasional sharp breath when someone's light hit some new angle of the dark. As we got closer to the opening in the floor, I could see the faint pulsing glow at the edge of my vision, the candle at the base of the stairs. It had become a point of reference in my head, an anchor. The idea that it was still there, still burning, meant time was still moving in a way I understood. We stepped out of the hall toward the stairwell. The candle went out. There was no breeze, no sudden gust of air, no shift in the pressure I could feel. 1 second, the tiny flame was there, a pin of warm yellow on the gray concrete. The next, it was a short, curling ribbon of smoke rising from a blackened wick. The darkness that rushed in to replace it felt thicker than it should have. Our phone lights were still on, but it was like the black around the stairs had developed a kind of texture. The beams from our screens hit it and seemed to die faster, swallowed after a shorter distance than before. "Oh my God," Aaron whispered. "Nope, nope, nope." "What did you do?" Lauren asked, like any of us had touched it. "I did not do anything," I said, a little too loudly. My voice bounced weirdly off the walls, coming back thinner. We swarmed closer to each other, without even coordinating it, every person wanting at least one other body between them and the dark. For the first time that night, I understood the phrase, huddling. Our shoulders brushed. I could feel the tremor in Malik's arm where it knocked against mine. "Maybe it just burned out," Jesse said. "Candles do that. That is literally their job." "It was not that low," I said. I knew I sounded stubborn, but I could still picture it. The shallow pool of wax. The barely used height of the thing. It should have had time left. Nobody pushed that point any further. We stood there for a few seconds that felt like longer, soaking in the silence. And then, as if our brains could not stand the empty space, they started to fill it. "I hear whispering," Aaron said suddenly. "Do you hear that? Like someone talking from really far away." "I do not hear whispering," Lauren said. "I hear a scratching. No, like fabric. Like something brushing against a wall. Over there." She pointed toward the hallway, hand shaking just enough that the light jittered. I listened, trying to separate what they were describing from our breathing. The blood in my ears, the tiny ping of water somewhere in the building. At first, there was nothing. Then, under all of it, I heard what my brain decided was footsteps. Slow, deliberate steps on a surface that was not the concrete we were standing on, almost like someone walking on wood or a different part of the foundation. The rhythm was wrong for us, offbeat, out of sync. We were all clumped together. This sounded separate, a presence pacing somewhere just out of reach. Every instinct I had was suddenly shouting the same thing. "Up, go up." "Stairs," Malik said quietly but firmly. "Now." We did not argue. We turned toward the steps, our lights jerking with the motion. The stairs rose out of the dark, each riser catching the glow in a dull, dusty line. The part of my brain that noticed irrelevant details took note of how narrow it felt now, how the walls seemed closer than they had on the way down. We started to climb. The sound of our shoes on the concrete steps, which had seemed kind of funny and hollow before, now boomed in my chest. Each footfall echoed twice, once from the actual impact, once from the way my pulse jumped in time with it. Our breaths got louder too, coming in sharper bursts as adrenaline kicked in. I could feel the photograph in my pocket slap against my thigh with each step. It was like a small, solid reminder of the mistake I had already made, thudding along with me, refusing to be forgotten. Behind us, from the dark at the bottom of the stairs, the sounds continued. Or maybe they changed. It was hard to tell. When our own noise got too strong, my brain compensated by filling in the gaps. It made the drip of water too regular, turned the creak of the old building into weight shifting on beams, translated distant, shapeless sounds into the definite pattern of something moving. Halfway up, Lauren stumbled. Her shoe caught an edge, and she grabbed the back of my hoodie for balance. The tug almost made me lose my step too. For a second, we wobbled like dominoes, jostling into each other, everyone afraid of being the last one down if someone fell. "Sorry," she gasped. "Sorry. I am okay. Keep going." We did. I did not look back. I did not want to know if anything had stepped into the base of the stairs to watch us leave. When we finally broke out into the sanctuary, it felt like surfacing. The air was still cold, still stale, but comparatively, it might as well have been fresh mountain wind. The wide, hollow space above us spread the sound out instead of pressing it in. My light hit rows of empty floor, graffiti, broken beams, ugly, but familiar now. The wind outside whispered through the broken stained glass frames, making the plastic over some of them flutter and crackle. Distantly, from the street, I could hear a car drive by. A low hiss of tires on asphalt, a faint engine hum. It did not sound real at first. It was too normal. "This way," Jesse said, already heading for the side aisle. His light picked out the column where we had entered, the side door beyond it. We made for it, boots and sneakers tapping softly on the bare subfloor. The patch of darker cold that marked the stair opening sat behind us, pulling at the edges of my thoughts. I did not turn my head. I fixed my eyes on the crooked line of the doorframe ahead. When we reached it, Jesse grabbed the edge and pulled. The door did not move. He frowned and pulled again, harder. The wood did not even shudder in the frame. It just sat there, solid and immovable, like it had grown roots into the floor. "Are you kidding me?" Aaron whispered. There was a thin thread of panic in it now. Jesse set his shoulder against it like he had on the way in and shoved. This time, the door felt less like it was stuck and more like something on the other side was pushing back. The frame creaked faintly, but it did not open. For a second, I had a very clear, very vivid picture in my head. The 6 of us in here, trapped, while whoever, or whatever, had been smoking downstairs, walked up the other stairs, and met us in the middle. There was no logic to it. There did not need to be. Fear does not ask for proof. "Move," Malik said. He stepped in next to Jesse, planted his feet, and pushed with both hands. The sound that came out of both of them was halfway between a grunt and a curse. The baseboard behind the door groaned, and I heard something crack in the wall, but the thing holding it gave only an inch or two. In that little gap of effort, with all of us focused on the door, the building behind us made a different sound. From somewhere deeper in the church, below us, or farther along a hall we had not seen, came a loud, definite noise. Not pipes, not settling, not water. It sounded like a heavy chair being dragged across a hard floor, or a table, something with weight, scraping in a single, purposeful line before stopping. The sound carried up through the bones of the place, through the floorboards under our feet, into our legs. It was so clear I could picture the marks it would leave. Every hair on my arm stood up. Aaron let out a small, involuntary noise. Lauren grabbed the back of my jacket again. Malik's shoulders tightened, and for the first time that night, I saw something like outright fear in his face. "Push," he said through his teeth. We did. The door gave another inch, then another. With a cracking pop from somewhere in the jamb, it finally jolted open, swinging outward a few inches so fast, Jesse almost stumbled with it. Cold, outside air rushed in like water through a broken dam. It smelled like wet leaves and exhaust and something fried from the restaurant across the street. It smelled like the world. We did not waste time. We squeezed through the gap one after another, not caring who went first now, only that we did not get separated. My shoulder hit splinters. Someone's elbow dug into my ribs. For a second, we were all wedged chest to back. Then we spilled out into the shallow side yard like the church itself had spat us out. The fence loomed ahead, bent section, waiting like a metal grin. We ducked and scrambled through it without the clumsy theatrics from before, fueled by something more primal now. Gravel dug into my palms. My knee scraped on a rock. I barely felt it. We did not stop until we hit the sidewalk. We ended up sitting there, in a crooked line along the curb, like kids who had just run too hard at gym class and collapsed. Our breaths came in loud, uneven pulls. My heart was pounding in my throat, in my ears, making it hard to hear anything else. Slowly, other sounds filtered in. A car passing on the main road a few blocks away. A dog barking somewhere distant. The soft buzz of the neon open sign across the street, its colors flashing on and off against the front of the church. The low hum of a refrigerator inside the Korean place. The world had kept going while we were underground. It always does. Cars drove past without slowing. Nobody leaned out a window to ask why 4 teenagers were sitting on the sidewalk, looking like they had just seen a ghost. To anyone up there, we were just shapes on concrete in their peripheral vision. After a while, my breathing leveled out enough that my chest stopped hurting. The night air burned less going in. My thoughts stopped racing quite so hard. "Jesus," Lauren said eventually, voice hoarse. "Let's not do that again." "No argument here," Aaron said. She wiped under her eyes with the heel of her hand, like she could scrub the whole night off her face. We stood up one by one, legs shaky, hands brushing dust and grit off jeans. I shoved my own hands into the front pocket of my hoodie and felt the edge of the photograph there, crinkling slightly under my fingers. The knowledge that it was still with me sat heavy in my stomach, but I did not pull it out. Not there. Not yet. As we turned to leave, I made the mistake of looking back. From this angle, the upper windows of the church were dark squares against the brick, some patched with plywood, others still open to the night. In one of the broken panes on the second floor, my light caught a shape that did not match the jagged edges of glass. It was a handprint, not a painted one, just a rough, smeared oval where dust and grime had been wiped away by skin. 5 long streaks dragged downward from it, fingers splayed, almost identical in spacing to the scratches on the basement door. Maybe it had been there for months, years. Maybe we had just never noticed it from the street before. That is the story I tried to sell myself. Staring up at it, though, with the cold, leaching through my sneakers, and the basement still clinging to the inside of my lungs. It was hard not to imagine a matching hand on the inside of that glass, pressed there while we were below, feeling us move through the building, watching us leave. By the time I got home that night, my body felt like it had been hollowed out and packed with static. The drive back from Maple was quiet. Nobody really talked after we dropped Aaron off, or after Malik and Lauren bailed at their stop. It was just me and the hum of the engine and the faint rattle in Jesse's Civic that never quite went away. When he let me out in front of my apartment building, we exchanged a couple of automatic lines. Text me. Yeah, you too. We're idiots. But our eyes did not meet for more than a second. Inside my place, everything was familiar in a way that should have been comforting. The soft whoosh of the HVAC kicking on and off. The fridge in the kitchen humming with that low, constant vibration that I had always thought meant everything was normal. A car passing on Lancaster every few minutes. Headlights sweeping across the thin curtains in my bedroom, smearing pale light over the ceiling before moving on. I went through the motions without really thinking. Shoes kicked off by the door, hoodie peeled over my head, phone plugged in by the bed. The apartment smelled like laundry detergent and old coffee. I told myself that was the smell of safety. I told myself I had officially crossed the threshold back into the boring part of my life. When I sat down on the edge of the bed, something crinkled in my hand. It took me a second to remember the photograph. For a moment, I had been just a guy, ending a long night. Then the edge of the paper dug into my palm, and I was back in that basement room with the shelves and the ashtray, the ghost of smoke still hanging in the air. I pulled the photo out of my hoodie pocket. Under the yellow glow of my bedroom lamp, it looked even more real than it had in the harsh beams of our phones. No grainy flashlight artifacts, no dancing shadows, just clean, glossy print. The front of 214 Maple, frozen mid-moment. The frame was almost the same as my memory. Shot from across the street, slightly tilted, the neon open sign from the Korean place bleeding pink and blue onto the bricks and the front steps. Jesse's Civic sat in the foreground, crooked at the curb, that mismatched door and bumper dent clearly visible. I took my time with it this round. I looked at the flyers on the telephone pole, confirming what I had already guessed. Old posters, long gone in real life. I traced the outline of the bare trees with my eyes, counted the remaining leaves, gauged the season. I searched the sidewalk, the curb, the hint of the side yard where we had crawled under the fence. Then my gaze drifted lower, to the windows. Most of the upper panes were black, catching only faint, distorted reflections from the street. Some of the lower ones were boarded, but near the bottom right of the frame, just above the line where the foundation met the ground, there was a small, rectangular opening. One of the basement-level windows, partially obscured by a bush. At first glance, it was just a darker square inside the dark. But the longer I looked at it, the less sure I was. There was a shape there, not a sharp one. Nothing you could circle with a pen and say, this is definitely a person. It was more like a smudge of shadow that did not quite match the geometry of the frame. A vertical blur, slightly lighter than the black behind it, narrow at the top and broader at the shoulders, tapering down out of sight. If you stared long enough, you could almost convince yourself you were looking at someone standing just inside the glass. A figure facing the street, motionless, watching. I leaned closer, the paper flexing between my fingers. Part of me knew how this worked, how your brain wants to find faces in static, how a couple of random pixels can turn into eyes if you want them to. I told myself that was what was happening. But there was something about the way that blur lined up. The faint suggestion of a head tilt. The way the darker smear was not centered in the window, but shifted to one side, like whoever was there had stepped slightly out from behind something to see more clearly. If you stare long enough at anything, it will start staring back, an old teacher of mine had once said. I had laughed at the time. Sitting in my bedroom with that photo inches from my face, it did not feel funny. I set the picture down on my nightstand, face up, half under the lamp. The church in miniature watched me back as I lay down, fully dressed, and pulled the blanket over myself. The HVAC clicked on again, sending a thin stream of warm air through the vent. The fridge cycled in the other room. A car rolled by outside, then another, then nothing for a while. I told myself the pounding in my chest would slow if I gave it time. I told myself basements echo, and people smoke down there, and weird loners take candid pictures of dumb teenagers all the time. None of it meant anything more than that. It was all just nerves and coincidence, and a building that was about to be someone else's problem as soon as the demolition crew finished the job. At some point, my body did what bodies do when they are exhausted enough. It shut down. In the dream, I was back in the church basement, not with the others. This time, it was just me. The light from my phone was the only thing that existed at first, a harsh white circle floating in black. My hand in the dream was shaky, and the beam jittered over concrete steps that seemed steeper than before. When I lifted the phone to check the battery, the screen was blank. Dead. The light should not have been on at all. As if it heard me notice, the beam flickered once and then snapped out. The darkness that followed was absolute. Not the kind you get in a bedroom with the curtains drawn, where your eyes eventually scrape together enough stray light to make out shapes. This was thick, pressing, like something had been poured over my head. I could hear my own breathing, too loud, too fast. Somewhere behind me, another breath joined it, slower, deeper, not in rhythm with mine at all. I turned, or tried to. My legs moved, like they were pushing through wet concrete. The sound of the other breathing kept pace behind me, no matter which way I twisted. Close, but not close enough to feel on my skin. When my eyes finally adjusted in the dream, I realized I was standing in the big room, with the broken couch and the metal cabinet, not at the stairs. Except the room was emptier than before. No chairs, no cabinet, just the mirror in the corner. It was taller in the dream, stretching almost to the ceiling. The cracks in the glass were deeper, the spider web of fractures so dense that it was hard to see anything clearly. Still, I could make out a figure standing in front of it. Me. Or a version of me, pale and divided into wrong-sized pieces. My reflection's mouth did not line up right. The eyes were split by lines of glass, one of them slightly higher, the other cut through the middle. When I tried to step back, the version of me in the mirror did not move at the same pace. It lagged, then caught up, like a bad video call. Behind that broken version of myself, in the reflected space, there was a staircase. Not the one that actually existed in the church. This one was narrower, steeper, vanishing up into a ceiling I could not see. The angle was wrong too. It seemed to climb behind me in the reflection, even though I knew there was only a solid wall there in the real basement. Something was on those steps. A shape, darker than the dark, crouched on one of the higher treads. I could not see its face. I could only see the impression of a limb, bent at an angle that made my stomach twist, and the suggestion of fingers, or something like fingers, wrapped around the edge of the step, as if it were ready to pull itself down. As I watched, the shape leaned forward. Not much, just enough that whatever part of it counted as a head shifted toward the figure in the foreground, toward me. The breathing behind me in the dream got louder, matching the movement. I tried to turn again, to get my eyes off the mirror, but the room shifted with me. No matter where I moved, my reflection stayed centered, the stairs behind it a constant. The shape on the steps came a little closer each time the perspective adjusted, never hopping, never skipping, just nearer. The cracks in the glass deepened, the lines etching across my face like cuts. By the time whatever was on the stairs had reached the third step from the bottom, my reflection did not look like me at all anymore. It looked like a dozen versions of me, overlapping and broken, mouths half-formed, eyes doubled. When the shape finally stepped onto the floor behind my reflection, I woke up. I came up out of the dream, like surfacing from deep water. Heart racing, lungs burning, sheets damp with cold sweat. My room was dark, except for the faint glow from the digital clock on my dresser and the thin band of streetlight leaking through the curtains. For a moment, I did not move. I just listened. The HVAC had shut off. The sudden absence of its steady whoosh made the silence feel heavier. The fridge in the kitchen hummed once, then clicked off too. The building seemed to exhale, and in that shallow, empty breath, there it was, a soft sound from the front door. Not a bang, not a rattle, just a tiny, almost polite shift. The quiet pop of wood and metal adjusting, like someone had tried the knob from the hallway with exactly enough pressure to test it, not enough to fully turn it. I froze. My body went very still in that instinctive animal way. My ears strained, practically reaching toward the door. Nothing followed. No footsteps. No second attempt. The fridge kicked back on after a few seconds. The HVAC shuddered to life again, and the normal house noise filled in around me, clumsy and loud. I told myself pipes make that sound. Wood swells. Buildings settle. I told myself all the same lies people tell themselves in tired apartments in small towns when they really do not want things to be more complicated than that. Eventually, when my heart rate edged back from panic territory, I swung my legs over the side of the bed. The carpet was cool under my feet. The hallway outside my bedroom door was just a hallway, painted a neutral off-white with a few scuffs from moving furniture. I checked the front door because of course I did. The deadbolt was still thrown. The chain was still on. The knob felt solid in my hand. When I went back to my room, the photograph was where I had left it on the nightstand. Mostly. I had placed it earlier so that the long edge lined up with the edge of the table, the church facing me, oriented straight. Now, it was angled slightly, rotated a few degrees. The corner closer to my side of the bed nudged forward. It was not a dramatic change, not the kind of thing you could hold up in court. It was exactly the sort of difference you could explain away with a dozen ordinary reasons. Maybe I had bumped the table in my sleep. Maybe I had not laid it as carefully as I thought. Maybe my memory was already rewriting the earlier moment to match what I wanted to see. I stood there, looking down at it, listening to the hum of the fridge and the whisper of the vent and the faraway hiss of a late-night car. I must have moved it, I told myself. I must have moved it in my sleep. I told myself I must have moved it in my sleep. I kept telling myself that until it stopped working. Time has a weird way of stretching and folding when you look back at it. Those nights at 214 Maple feel like they happened to some other version of me. One that existed in a very specific pocket of time. Bad hair, cheap sneakers. No idea how fast everything was about to scatter. We did what people are supposed to do, I guess. We graduated, or close enough. Some of us stumbled over the finish line more than walked it, but a diploma still ended up in each pair of hands. After that, the map of our lives started to branch out in different directions. I ended up at a not particularly special college, not all that far away. Close enough that I could still take the train home to Ardmore when I wanted to. Far enough that I could pretend I was becoming a different person. I bounced between majors for a while, picked something vaguely practical, and eventually drifted into a job that paid just enough to stop feeling temporary. I moved apartments twice in those years, first from the shoebox near campus to a slightly bigger place with a roommate who left dishes in the sink long enough for ecosystems to develop. Later, back closer to Ardmore, into another old house chopped up into rentals. New walls, new windows, new fridge hum. Same sounds, really. Jesse moved out of state. At first, it was just for school, then an internship, then a job. "I'll be back," he said a lot those first couple of years, texting me blurry photos from new cities, smaller apartments, different Wawas, other roads to loop at night. The plans for visits got further apart, then looser, then turned into, "we'll figure it out." We still follow each other on social media. I know more about his dog's life than his own. Lauren and I never had a big fight or some dramatic goodbye. We just stopped orbiting the same things. Some people in your life are tied to specific environments: hallways, cafeteria tables, late-night parking lots. Once those are gone, the connection thins. I heard she moved in with someone a few towns over for a while, then farther. Then I stopped hearing. Malik enlisted. He did not make a speech about it. He just showed up one day in senior year with a brochure stuffed into his backpack and a look on his face that said he was already halfway gone in his head. The next time I saw him, years later, he was in uniform at the grocery store, looking older in a way that had nothing to do with age. The group text that once buzzed nonstop eventually went quiet. Numbers changed. Phones got lost. People muted threads and never unmuted them. Life happens, people say, as if it is a force of nature you cannot do anything about. Through all of that, Ardmore stayed mostly the same. Every now and then, usually when I was back in town for some errand or visiting my parents, I would find myself on Maple Avenue. Sometimes it was on purpose. Sometimes it was just the way the GPS routed me around traffic. Either way, it always felt like an accident when I realized where I was. 214, Maple stayed standing. Year after year, the church hunched there like it was too stubborn to fall. The broken windows got patched tighter with boards. Fresh graffiti bloomed and faded on the brick. Different tags, different colors, the same cheap anger. The leaning sign finally collapsed one winter and lay on its side for a long time before someone dragged it away. Once, on a late drive home, I saw light inside. It was faint, jittery, flickering through one of the gaps in the boards. Not steady like a work lamp. Not the full wash of someone turning on real electricity. More like a single flashlight beam, moving around slowly. I was at the stop sign down the block, and I watched it sweep across the interior, disappear, then blink back from another angle. I remember thinking, in a weird, detached way, some other stupid kids found it. Our spot, recycled. I wondered if they would find the mirror, the shelves, the table. I did not turn around to check. The photograph survived every move I made. I wish I could say I burned it, or threw it out, or locked it away in some safe to prove I was done with all of this. That is not what happened. The picture of 214 Maple and Jesse's crooked Civic went into a shoebox with ticket stubs, old notes, random pieces of teenage detritus. The box moved with me from one apartment to the next, always ending up in the top of a closet or under a bed. Every time I packed up a place, I would open the box to see what I could get rid of. Every time, my fingers would find the photo. I would sit there on a dusty floor or a half-built IKEA rug, hold it under some different lamp, and feel that same familiar shift in my stomach. I could never quite make myself throw it away. It felt like proof of something I had almost convinced myself we imagined. As long as I had it, the memory stayed anchored to something solid. Not just a story I was telling myself. The sounds followed me too. In every apartment, there were new variations of the same old noises. Radiators clanking to life, pipes popping in the walls when hot water rushed through them, the building's bones expanding and contracting with temperature and age. On good nights, they were just background, static my brain tuned out. On bad nights, they turned into footsteps, loud ones on the stairs down the hall, soft ones overhead, measured ones on the floor just outside my bedroom door. Intellectually, I knew what they were. I could trace the path of the pipes, tell you when the upstairs neighbors came home, map the pattern of the heat kicking on at 3 a.m. But some part of me always shifted those sounds back into the church. Concrete under my feet, echoes in the dark, the memory of hearing something move in a place where nothing should. I got pretty good at talking myself down. Years and years of practice will give you that skill. You can learn to narrate your own fear in a way that makes it smaller. It is just the heater. It is just the building. It is just your brain rewiring everything to match that one night too many years ago. Then, one evening, I read something that cracked the story I had been telling myself. I was scrolling through local news on my phone, half bored, half avoiding emails. It was the usual mix: township meetings, school sports, minor scandals. A headline caught my eye: police respond to report of smoke at vacant church on Maple Avenue. I clicked it before I could stop myself. The article was short. Neighbors had called 911 after seeing what looked like flickering light and a trace of smoke coming from the old church. Fire trucks showed up. Police went in. According to the piece, they found no active fire source, no obvious signs of recent occupation. But there was mention of old burn marks in the basement. The phrase stuck with me, stranded in the middle of the dry report, like a splinter. Old burn marks in the basement. It was the kind of detail that should have rolled off me. Buildings that age collect scars. Kids set things on fire for fun. Candles topple. Electrical junk shorts out. There are 100 reasons a floor might be charred in places. Still, the wording bothered me. Not burned once. Not a single accident. Just burns. Enough for them to get their own plural, their own small history. I sat there on my couch, phone in hand, the dull blue glow of the screen lighting my fingers. The radiator hissed and clicked against the far wall. Somewhere in the building, a pipe thumped. Outside, a siren wailed briefly and then faded. Without really deciding to, I got up and went to the closet. The shoebox was still on the top shelf where I had shoved it after the last move. Lid bowed from being overstuffed. I dragged it down, opened it, shuffled through the paper layers until my fingers brushed glossy. The photograph had not changed. It never does. That is the point of a photograph. It still showed 214 Maple with Jesse's car out front, the neon open bleeding color into the bricks, the basement level window with its smudge of something that might have been a person if you stared at it long enough. What had changed was what I now knew. Back then, when we were standing in that basement, breathing somebody else's air, I had told myself the church was just dead space, an empty carcass of a building that other dumb kids, like us, passed through on their way to becoming other people. Seeing that article, reading about officials in reflective gear walking through the same halls years later, peering at the same walls, trying to figure out where the light and smoke had come from, and coming up empty. It shook something loose in my carefully maintained story. Maybe it had not been just nerves echoing in my skull. Maybe the candle, the cigarette, the mirror, the scratches. Maybe they were not just props in some elaborate prank meant to freak out whoever happened to wander in. Maybe the basement had its own rhythm of activity, its own pattern of flickering light and unexplained burns that kept repeating long after we left. I used to tell myself nothing really happened down there. We were just kids spooking ourselves in an old building with bad acoustics and a reputation. Holding that photo in one hand and my phone in the other, eyes bouncing between the frozen image and the bland little paragraph about old burn marks, I realized I did not believe that as much as I used to. The day I decided to go back was not special at first. It was just one of those late shifts that ran too long. The kind where the fluorescent lights at work start to feel like they are burning a permanent outline into the back of your skull. By the time I clocked out, the lot was half empty, and the sky had settled into that washed-out dark you get in suburbs, where the stars are a rumor and the clouds just reflect streetlight. I took the usual route home out of habit. My body knew the turns before my brain did. Left at the light, straight past the train tracks, slow for the camera on the corner that everyone pretended not to know about. The heater in my car made that low hiss through the vents. The radio murmured some late-night show I was not really listening to. When I turned onto Maple, it was not because I meant to. It was because my hands did what they always did when my mind drifted. 214 Maple was still there, hulking in the dark. But something had changed. There was bright yellow caution tape strung low across the front steps, sagging a little in the middle. A white paper notice was stapled to a wooden post near the sidewalk, plastic sleeve catching the glare from my headlights. I could not read the small print from where I was, but I recognized the layout. Building permits all looked the same, no matter what town you were in. They were getting ready. I coasted past, slower than I meant to. In the rearview mirror, I saw the church shrink, the black rectangle of it folding back into the street behind me. The caution tape glowed faintly, the permit notice a tiny pale rectangle against the brick. A thought settled in, quiet and solid. If I did not go back inside now, I never would. Once they knocked it down, there would be no more stairs, no more shelves, no more mirror, no table, just rubble hauled away by people in hard hats and vests who would never know what any of it had meant to us, or to whoever had been there before us or after. By the time I processed that thought, I was already a block past. I drove another 2, arguing with myself the entire way. It was stupid. I was older now, technically an adult, supposed to be past this. I had a job, bills, a file of emails with subject lines like Q4 and follow-up. I had no business crawling under fences and poking at ghosts, real or imagined. I turned the car around anyway. I parked a block away from Maple, on a side street where the houses were close together, and the porch lights cast soft circles on the cracked sidewalks. The dashboard clock read 11:07 p.m. I sat there with my hands on the wheel for a full minute, engine ticking as it cooled, listening to the muffled sounds of a TV through someone's open window. If anyone saw me get out and walk toward the church, they did not call out. If anyone watched from behind their curtains, they kept their thoughts to themselves. Without the buffer of a group, the walk felt longer. The night air cut deeper through my jacket now than it had when I was 16. Or maybe I just did not have as much insulation made of arrogance. Maple Avenue was quieter than I remembered. Most of the houses were dark. The glow from inside turned down to a dim background hum. A single porch light burned 2 doors down from the church. Somewhere, a dog barked once and then went silent. Up close, 200-train Maple looked even more tired. The boards over the lower windows were more solid now, nailed tighter. Someone had sprayed fresh tags across the brick in thicker, angrier lines. A laminated copy of the permit notice was taped to the front door itself. Black text on white, official wording about demolition, safety inspections, projected dates. They had given the building an expiration date. The main gate in the side fence had a new padlock threaded through its chain, big and shiny, still wearing its hardware store sheen. That was clearly meant for anyone with common sense. The fence itself, however, the bent section low to the ground where we had always gone through, was unchanged. The hole we had made in the world had stayed open. I stood there for a second in the thin strip of side yard, my breath puffing out in front of me. The metal links of the fence were colder than I remembered when I lifted the curled part. They clinked softly as they shifted, the sound sharp in the quiet. On those old nights, that noise had always been swallowed up by laughter, whispers, arguments about whose turn it was to go first. Tonight, it went nowhere. It echoed off the brick and died in the weeds. I took a breath and dropped to my knees. The dirt under the bent section was hard-packed, worn to a shallow groove from years of bodies pushing through. My jacket snagged on one of the twisted wires as I wriggled under, scraping the fabric. For a second, I felt a flicker of claustrophobia, the kind you get squeezing through tight spaces, convinced that this time the world will decide you do not get to come out again. Then I was on the other side, standing in the narrow strip of land between the church and its neighbor, alone. The side door was still there. The spray-painted pentagram was more faded, almost rubbed out, like even the graffiti artists had moved on. The wood around the handle hole was darker, the gouges deeper, a few new scratches slicing through the old. The door itself sat a little lower on its hinges, sagging in a familiar, exhausted way. I put my hand flat against it, feeling the cold seep into my palm. "Well," I muttered to no one. "You win. One more time." The hinges complained in a low, drawn-out groan when I pushed. The sound slid into the sanctuary like a warning, then echoed back. It smelled the same inside. Mold, old wood, dust. Except now, there was an extra layer. The sharp, chemical ghost of fresh paint. Somewhere, someone had tested the walls, marked something, maybe sprayed sealant. It gave the air a thin, synthetic edge. My phone's flashlight cut a thin path through the dark. The main room was emptier than the last time. Some of the debris had been moved aside, probably by contractors or inspectors. The couch was gone. The pile of chairs disturbed. The graffiti had multiplied. Bright lines slashed over old messages. Battles between tags I did not recognize. The floor still had its gaping square in the middle. Even after all these years, the sight of it made my stomach dip, like looking down from some tall, unsafe place. The concrete steps dropped away into familiar darkness. The light from my phone did not reach the bottom. I walked toward it, each step sounding louder than it should have on the bare subfloor. Without the others around me, every creak and flex of the building sat directly under my skin, unfiltered. The wind found its way through the broken upper windows and rattled something loose. Dust drifted in the beam of my light, lazy and indifferent. Standing at the edge of the stairs again felt like standing at the edge of a decision I had already made and was still trying to talk myself out of. I tilted the phone, sending the light down. The concrete steps appeared, pale and narrow, our old scuff marks long since covered by fresh dust. The walls around them looked the same, raw, unfinished, veins of pipe and wire. The bottom was still a pool of black. As I leaned a little farther, the glass somewhere above my head rattled. The sound was sharp and sudden, a shivering crash of vibration that shot through the empty sanctuary. For a split second, my heart stopped. The noise bounced around the hollow space in exactly the way I remembered the basement door slamming. That solid, definitive thud of wood meeting frame. The image of that basement door flashed in my head, half open, closing on its own. The candle, the cigarette, the scratches. My foot slipped half an inch on the edge of the top step, and the beam from my phone jerked wildly over the stairs. My brain did the thing it always does in moments like that. It grabbed the worst-case scenario and held it up like a slideshow. I imagined the door downstairs swinging shut, imagined being locked in with whoever had been there. Then, faint and delayed, I heard the low roar of a bus engine drift in from the street. The glass had rattled because a bus had gone past on Lancaster, or one of the cross streets, setting the old windows vibrating in their frames. That was all. Simple cause and effect. Physics, not ghosts. My pulse, which had leapt up into my throat, began to edge back down. I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding and laughed once under my breath. It sounded thin, a little hysterical, swallowed by the sanctuary. "Get it together," I muttered. "You came here, remember?" The thing about fear, I was realizing, is that it does not care how old you are. It does not check your pay stubs or your responsibilities. It just reaches back through time, grabs whatever 16-year-old version of you it wants, and pulls them forward. I tightened my grip on the phone and put my foot on the first step. The concrete felt just as cold as it had that night, maybe colder. The light traced the path down, painting the edges in white. No candle this time. No tiny anchor of warmth at the bottom. Just the idea of a room I remembered too well, and another I was not sure I wanted to see again. I took another step, and another. Each one sounded a little too loud in the hollow space. The echo came back thinner than before, like the basement was listening more than speaking. The only real difference, as I started down into the dark again, was the math of it. No other pairs of footsteps behind me. No nervous laughing. No shove between shoulders. No one to say. Later, I heard that too. Or, you are not crazy. The only difference this time was that if something waited for me down there would be no one else to say they heard it too. The air at the bottom of the stairs felt heavier than I remembered. Not colder exactly, just denser. Like the basement was a place where air came to rest and never really left again. My phone's light pushed a narrow tunnel through it, picking out the familiar shapes in washed out white. Things had changed, but not enough. The big room on the left was the first thing I checked. It felt natural, like following a groove worn into my brain. The doorway yawned open, the concrete floor inside filmed with a thicker layer of dust than the last time I had stood here. The broken couch was gone. So were most of the folding chairs. The tangle of metal legs that had once looked like a nest of bones had thinned out to just a few stray pieces shoved against the far wall. The tall metal cabinet still leaned in the corner, its door hanging half open like it was tired of the whole performance. Empty spaces, where objects used to be, always feel wrong. You can see their outlines in the absence. A darker patch on the floor, where something once sat. A cleaner rectangle on the wall, where something big had blocked the dust. The room had those. Pale squares and circles, ghost marks left behind where the couch and piles had been. But the mirror was still there. It stood in the same corner, tilted slightly back against the wall, frame bowed with age. The flaking white paint had peeled further, curling tight like old fingernails. A thin skin of dust filmed the glass, softening the cracks, giving them a hazy, frost-like look. For a second, I considered leaving it alone. I had enough memories of seeing myself shattered into segments. I did not need updated ones. Curiosity won. It usually does. I walked over, each step stirring dust that swirled in the beam of my light. Up close, the surface of the glass was more opaque than reflective. I lifted my free hand and wiped a broad arc across it with the heel of my palm. The dust came away in gray streaks, the sound of it faint and dry, like sandpaper barely touching wood. Underneath, the web of fractures emerged again, sharper now, spidering out from that same central impact point. Whatever had hit it all those years ago had done its job thoroughly. The dark smear I remembered, the one that had looked wet, that had smelled faintly of metal, was gone. Or if it was still there, it was indistinguishable from the general grime. Time and more dust had flattened it into the background. My reflection swam up from beneath the cracks. It was jarring, seeing my current face through the same shattered lens that had shown me at 16. The lines were the same, but the details were different. The hair shorter, the jaw a little sharper in places, duller in others, the eyes heavier. The cracks divided me into boxes and slivers, but they could not hide the dark circles under my eyes or the faint crease starting between my brows. I looked tired, not just long day, tired, long year tired, long life. I moved my head slightly, watching the fractures rearrange the pieces of me. Sometimes they lined up just enough that I could almost recognize the version from back then, a flash of the kid who had stood here with 5 other people, pretending he was not scared. Then I would shift again, and the glass would split him apart, replacing him with the man who had come back alone. It was creepy, yes, but there was something else under it. A kind of grief, maybe, for every version of us that only exists in places like this, frozen in cheap mirrors and old photos. Behind me, the room was silent. That was the other thing that felt wrong. The first time we came down here, the basement had been loud in its own way. Pipes ticking, old wood flexing, distant drips marking time somewhere in the dark. Tonight, it was almost completely still. No groans, no rattles, no mechanical noises to blame anything on. The only sound I could hear was my own breathing and the faint rustle of my clothes when I moved. In that kind of quiet, even the smallest inhale sounded too big, intrusive. I stepped back from the mirror. The hallway looked narrower than ever when I turned toward it again. The door at the far end waited, same as it always had. The wood was darker now, edges marked with fresh scars and old ones blended together. The door to the small right-hand room gaped open, showing only bare walls and an empty scrap of floor. Whatever had once been stored there was long gone. The central door remained shut. I walked toward it, light bouncing off the concrete walls. The closer I got, the more the details came into focus. The way the paint had flaked down near the bottom, the hairline cracks running through the panels, the knob crouched in the center like an eye. The 5 scratches were still there. Fainter, yes, softened by dust and time, but unmistakable once you knew where to look. 5 narrow grooves running down the wood in a tight parallel cluster from chest height to mid-thigh. They had taken on a more natural color now, the exposed wood darkening to match the rest, but the depth of them had not changed. I reached out and brushed the back of my fingers lightly across them. The wood felt dry, rough. The air in front of the door, on the other hand, had that same strange drop in temperature as before, colder than the general chill of the basement. It was subtle, but real, like standing near the gap of a freezer door that was almost, but not quite, closed. I hesitated at the handle. The memory of how easily it had turned the last time, how smoothly the door had swung open, sat in my muscles like a phantom ache. Nothing moved on its own this time. No creak from inside. No click. Just my breath and the thud of my heart. I wrapped my fingers around the metal. It was colder than the air, almost slick with it. The texture of years of palms and whatever else had touched it lived there, smoothed into the grip. The latch gave way with the same disconcerting ease as before. No stuck hinge, no torn wood. The door swung inward on nearly silent hardware, like someone had been opening and closing it regularly, even after all these years. That unsettled me more now that I knew demolition was scheduled. It meant activity here long after the building had been officially forgotten. The smell hit me first. The last time I had stepped into this room, the air had been layered, old dust and mold on top, threaded underneath, with a sharp, fresh tang of cigarette smoke. Now, the tobacco was gone. What was left was a more neutral mustiness, tinged with something faintly chemical. Cleaners, maybe, or paint. The kind of smell you get when people who have never lived somewhere come in to inspect it. The shelves along the walls remained, though they sagged more deeply now. Most of the books were gone. Where there had once been stacks and piles, there were gaps. A few stragglers clung to the edges, spines bowed, titles illegible. The plastic crates that had held hymnals were empty, their outlines still stamped into the dust on the shelves where the books had rested for years. The table in the center of the room was still there. The surface was cleaner than it had any right to be, considering the rest of the basement. Someone had wiped it down at some point. Dust had settled again since then, but in a thin, even layer. The ashtray sat in its old place. This time, it was empty. No crushed filter, no curl of smoke. Just a shallow ring of gray, hardened to one piece. A faint circular mark on the table beneath it showed where it had sat for a long time. Next to it, where the photograph had been, there was only another mark. A paler rectangle, the outline of something that had once covered that spot. Slightly lighter than the rest of the table, the wood there had been protected from dust and damage, then exposed when whatever sat there was removed. If I put the heel of my hand over it, my fingers spread out across exactly the space a picture that size would have taken up. Someone had cleaned around it. Someone had taken care to keep that spot preserved, then taken the object that had sat there away. My object, I realized. My mistake. On the far side of the table, propped against the wall, was a frame. Empty. The glass where a picture might go was cracked in one corner, a thin diagonal line running from edge to center. The backing was still in place, held by rusted metal clips. It looked like the kind you buy cheap and promise yourself you will fill someday. It did not feel old. Not like the shelves. Not like the table. It felt added. My light drifted up, almost against my will, to the wall above the table. At first, I thought the streaks there were just random marks, smudges from boxes being dragged past, scuffs from decades of unknown use. Then the shapes sharpened into letters. The message was written in faded black marker, the kind that bleeds a little into porous surfaces. The lines were uneven, the hand behind them either rushed or unpracticed. But the words were clear enough. You took it. The letters were a little crooked. The T in took, slanting harder than the rest. The I thin and faint, like the marker had been running out by then. The message sat at eye level if you were standing where I was, framed neatly between two empty shelves. I stared at it, my mind blank for a moment. Whoever had written it did not bother with decoration. No arrows pointing down to the table, no exclamation marks, just the sentence, blunt and accusatory, declaring a fact. You took it. The skin between my shoulder blades prickled. My awareness of where my body was in relation to the rest of the room sharpened. There was not much space between me and the table. Not much between the table and the wall. The shelves on either side closed in, packed with absences and a few leftover things. My first stupid thought was that the message was meant for someone else. That maybe whoever had brought the ashtray and the candle and the photo down here had written it to some other intruder. Someone who had come later and taken their arrangement apart. Then my hand went, as if by reflex, to the front pocket of my jacket. No photograph there now, just the shape of my knuckles pressing into fabric. The picture from that night had been moved so many times since then, to the shoebox, to my desk, back to the box, but in my head, it had never really left that table. There was a continuous line between then and now. You took it. The words were old enough that the ink had faded. They had been here for a while, long enough that someone, multiple someones maybe, had passed through this room and seen them. Long enough for the building to be scheduled for demolition, with this note still sitting on the wall in a basement room no one officially remembered, which meant whoever wrote it had known. They had noticed the photo was gone. They had been in this room after we left. They had seen the empty space, understood what had changed, and cared enough to speak back into it. The cigarette, the candle, the mirror, the scratches, the photo. These things were not random anymore. They were parts of a conversation, and at some point, without realizing it, I had answered. I reached out and touched the wall lightly, fingertips tracing the letters. The marker had sunk into the paint. It was dry, unremarkable, just a stain now. The basement around me stayed very quiet. Upstairs, far away and muffled, a car went past on Maple. The vibrations reached down here as the faintest, barely there tremor in the shelves. A small pinch of dust slid from one edge and landed on the table with the softest sound, almost too quiet to hear. I did not say anything out loud. I am not sure what I would have said. There, in that strange stillness, I understood something simple and cold. I had not been the only one unable to let go of that night. Whoever had lived in the shadows of 214 Maple all those years ago had watched the patterns in their basement shift, had noticed the one missing piece, and had written a message to whoever's hands it had ended up in. And now, I was standing exactly where they had stood when they did it. After the second trip to the basement, pretending it was just another weird memory stopped being an option. The message on the wall would not let me. For a couple of days, I tried the usual tricks. Long showers, extra TV, scrolling feeds until my eyes burned, go to work, come home, microwave something, fall into bed. On the surface, it looked like any other stretch of my life. Inside, everything had a slight tilt. You took it. Those 3 words had settled into my head like a splinter. I kept seeing them every time I closed my eyes, marker lines bleeding into old paint. The more I tried not to think about them, the more my brain ran loops around the fact that whoever wrote them had known exactly what I had done. One night, a little after midnight, I stopped pretending I was not going to do what I had been edging toward all week. I moved from the couch to the small kitchen table, flipped open my laptop, and let the glow from the screen replace the TV. The apartment played its usual soundtrack around me. The fridge hummed a low, steady note from the corner. Compressor kicking on and off in a rhythm I knew so well, I barely noticed it until I tried to sit in silence. The baseboard heater clicked once and then let out a soft metallic tick, tick, tick as it warmed. Outside, a car rolled past on the street below, tires whispering over the asphalt. Somewhere above me, the neighbor dropped something heavy, followed by a muffled curse. All of it blurred together into a kind of white noise that should have felt safe. I told myself it did. I opened a browser, put my fingers on the keys, and typed 214 Maple Ardmore, PA history. The results were not dramatic. Real life rarely is. No splashy headlines. No unspeakable horror in suburban church articles. Mostly, it was real estate detritus and half-broken pages from old congregation websites that no one had bothered to delete properly. I clicked anyway. Piece by piece, a shape started to form. 214 Maple had not always been the empty husk I knew. It had been built under one denomination, sold to another, used as a community center for a few years in between. Names of pastors and volunteers popped up in faded newsletters, potluck dinners, clothing drives, youth groups. Then things got patchier. One link led to a zoning board meeting from more than a decade ago, where someone complained about noise and late-night activity at the property, and someone else countered with, "We are doing our best." The minutes did not mention the basement. They barely mentioned the building's name, just the church on Maple. Another search result was a local blog that had tried to catalog lost buildings of the township. The post about 214 Maple was thin, a couple of old exterior photos, a brief line about declining attendance, a sentence about financial struggles, and eventual closure. The comment section had turned into a minor argument about whether the pastor had been a good guy or not. I refined the search. 214 Maple Basement. The results thinned out further. A couple of junk pages, a PDF of an old fire code inspection, a paywalled article I could not open without signing up for some archive service. I skimmed what I could get. Most of it was mind-numbingly bureaucratic. Then I found a short local news piece from years back. The headline was something bland, like "Police called to vacant church after noise complaint." The article itself was barely 3 sentences long. Neighbors had reported strange noises and possible trespassers at the old church. Officers responded. No arrests were made. There was an offhand note toward the end. Authorities noted evidence of activity in the basement, but found no ongoing threat. Evidence of activity. No details. No follow-up. I leaned back in my chair, rubbing at my eyes. The screen's glow painted the white wall across from me in a pale rectangle. From the other room, the fridge kicked off, and for a second, the apartment fell into that weird mechanical silence, all the whirs and clicks lining up and stopping at once. My heart gave a small jump before the heater ticked and the spell broke. I kept digging. I found an old message board, one of those clunky, pre-social media forums that refused to die, still limping along with occasional posts. Someone had started a thread years back called "What was the deal with that church on Maple?" Most of the replies were what you would expect. Jokes, half-remembered gossip, people trying to one-up each other with secondhand stories. But buried in the middle was a post from a user with a generic name. They wrote, "My cousin told me they found something down there once. Like, in the basement. Cops were involved. He would not tell me what. Just said, no one is supposed to talk about it." No one followed up. A couple of people made fun of it, called it a lie, moved on to talking about a different haunted spot. I clicked the user's name, hoping for more context. Their profile was empty. No other posts. It felt like someone had dropped a sentence into the void on purpose, then backed away. During the day, when I had errands, I started asking questions in small, sideways ways. At the Korean takeout place across from 214 Maple, the same woman had been behind the counter for as long as I could remember. I had seen her through the window in the photograph. I realized that as I waited for my order, watching her ring up some guy ahead of me with practiced motions. When it was my turn, I hesitated a second after giving my usual order. The words, "Have you ever seen anything weird across the street?" got stuck behind my teeth. "Hey," I said instead, "you were here when that church was still, used, right?" She slid my change across the counter and glanced past me at the window. For a fraction of a second, her expression tightened, then smoothed out. "Long time ago," she said. "Before my kids." "Why?" "I used to cut through there with some friends," I said carefully, leaving out the basement. "Was there ever, anything bad that happened? I read something about the cops going down there once." She shook her head, but it was the kind of shake that said, "I am not going there," more than "it never happened." "Old building," she said. "Kids always break in. Police go, tell them get out. Happens everywhere. Nothing good ever comes from kids going in there." She handed me my food, meeting my eyes just long enough to make the point. Conversation over. At the barber shop a few blocks away, the old guy who had been cutting hair since before I was born told a similar story, though with more jokes layered over it. "That basement," he said, snipping around some teenager's ear while I waited. Every few years, some kids think they are the first geniuses to sneak down there. Cop cars show up. They all run out with their pants half falling down. Same movie, different actors. When I pressed, asked if he had ever heard about anything serious, his scissors paused for just a beat. "I heard some stuff," he said finally. "A long time ago. Before you. Before even your parents, maybe. People like to make things bigger than they were. You hang around barbershops enough, you learn half of what you hear is air. My advice: nothing good ever came from that place once they stopped praying in it." It was almost the exact same line as the woman at the restaurant. Nothing good ever came from kids going in there. Nothing good ever came from that place. Like the town had settled on a vague warning label and no one wanted to peel it back. So I did what people do now when the living will not talk. I turned back to the dead internet. A deeper search turned up a paywalled online archive for the local paper. I caved and signed up for the free trial, telling myself I would cancel before they charged me. The search function looked like it had not been updated in 20 years, but it worked. I tried 214 Maple Avenue Church, basement, incident. Most of what came up was old notices, fundraiser events, choir concerts, a small town story about a holiday toy drive. There was a brief, vague article from decades back about minor fire damage contained to lower level. No injuries. Praise for quick response. That was it. No graphic confession. No hidden scandal. Just hints that something had gone wrong down there at least once, and that everyone had agreed not to spell it out. I almost closed the tab. Then I noticed a link attached to one of the oldest articles, a scanned photo from some print edition. Curiosity tugged at me again. I clicked. The picture loaded slowly, top to bottom, line by line. It was 214 Maple, younger and cleaner. The bricks were less stained. The sign out front still clung to its post, letters legible. A small crowd was gathered on the steps, people in dated clothes, smiling at the camera, holding paper plates and cups. Some kind of community event. I dragged the image to zoom in, more out of habit than intention. The resolution was not great, but there was enough there to study. Faces blurred into blobs, hairstyles turned into suggestions. I scanned past the people, the front doors, the sign. My eyes landed on the lower right corner. There, at the edge of the frame, one of the basement-level windows was visible. A narrow rectangle cut into the foundation, half hidden behind a bush that had not yet overgrown the space. The glass looked dark in the scan, a flat block of shadow. Except it was not flat, not completely. Even through the bad resolution and the grain from the old print, there was a faint disruption in the darkness, a lighter smudge, vertical, set slightly off-center, narrow at the top, broader at what could have been shoulders, fuzzed at the edges, like someone had moved just as the shutter clicked. It looked a lot like the shape I had seen in the photograph I stole. Different night, different angle, different decade, same window, same approximate size and place, same suggestion, something or someone standing down there, just inside the glass, watching whatever was happening above. I zoomed in until the image broke apart into squares of gray. My brain fought to impose a pattern on the static, to make a head and neck and arms out of scattered pixels. It might have been nothing. It might have been a trick of light on old glass. Bad scanning. The brain's built-in habit of seeing figures where there are only shadows. Sitting there in my small kitchen, laptop humming, the apartment wrapped in its familiar noises, I could not shake the feeling that it was not nothing. That whatever we had felt in that basement, whatever had watched us from the dark, had been part of that building longer than we had been alive. In the oldest photo I could find, taken when the church still had life in it, the people on the steps smiled up at the camera, unaware of the faint blur in the window beneath their feet, like it was always there, like it had just been waiting for the next set of kids to come down the stairs. There is a special kind of loneliness that hits in the glow of social media at midnight. You are technically surrounded by people, faces, lives, updates, but none of them are in the room with you. They are all somewhere else, living days you will never see, while you sit in your kitchen with a laptop and a memory that feels like it is rotting in your hands. A few nights after the research spiral, I found myself back at the same kitchen table, same chair, same hum from the fridge. The heater clicked on with a small metallic pop, then started its familiar hiss along the baseboard. Outside, a car rolled by, tires whispering, then another, then nothing. Instead of opening a browser tab this time, I opened Facebook. The feed lit up in that specific, oversaturated way. Vacations, political arguments, blurry concert videos, pages I did not remember liking. Somewhere in the middle of all of that, buried between a recipe share and a sponsored ad, a familiar name appeared. Jesse. His profile picture was not him alone anymore. He was standing on some rocky overlook, mountains in the distance, an arm around a woman whose face I did not recognize. Two kids were piled in front of them, one mid-laugh, the other squinting at the camera. There was a dog, too. Colorado scenery wrapped around them like something out of a postcard. I scrolled through his recent posts. Pictures of snow. A shot of his kids in Halloween costumes. A short video of the dog trying to catch a frisbee and failing. In the captions, he sounded like the same person and someone else entirely. It was the way time works. You grow around the parts of you that never really change. I hovered over the message button for a long time. What was I supposed to say? Hey, it has been years. How are the kids? By the way, do you still have nightmares about that church basement? It felt unfair to drag him back into something he had clearly outrun. I searched for Lauren next. Her name brought up a few profiles. None of them, obviously her. A couple had photos I thought might be close, if I tilted my head and squinted. Similar hair, similar eyes. But the accounts were private, and the profile pictures were small. If she was out there, she did not seem particularly interested in being found by people like me. Malik was easier. His name popped up with a photo of him in uniform, then another more recent one in civilian clothes, sitting at a picnic table with some younger relatives. The caption mentioned being home on leave. He looked older, obviously. He was supposed to. But there was something about the set of his shoulders that looked exactly the same as when he stood at the edge of the basement stairs and said, "Now." I stared at the little green dot next to his name for a long time before I clicked it. The message window opened, empty. I typed, "Hey man," and deleted it. Typed, "Long time," and deleted that too. Everything I started sounded either too casual or too heavy. Finally, I killed the chat entirely and did the thing I had been avoiding. I picked up my phone and scrolled to his number. It rang longer than I expected before he answered. Long enough that I nearly talked myself into hanging up. When the line finally clicked, there was a second of static, and then his voice, edged with sleep and distance. "Hello?" "Hey," I said. My throat felt dry. "Malik, it's me." A beat, then, "Yo, no way." "Hey, man." We did the obligatory dance. "How are you? What are you up to? Where are you living now?" I asked about his family. He asked about my job. We laughed a couple of times at nothing, just the kind of empty laughter you use to fill space. His voice sounded deeper, but when he laughed, I could hear the kid he used to be under it. When the small talk thinned out, there was a pause. The fridge hummed louder in that moment, like it knew it was on. "So," he said, "what made you call? Not that you can't or anything, just, it has been a minute." I could have lied. I could have said I was just thinking about old times, checking in. Instead, I took a breath and pulled the bandage off. "Do you remember the church on Maple?" I asked. Silence dropped into the line. Not static, not a lost connection, just nothing. I could hear him breathing, faintly, and the ghost of some background noise, maybe a TV or a fan, but he did not speak. For a moment, I thought the call had failed in a karmic way. Then finally he said, very quietly, "Yeah, I do." The way he said it made my skin prickle. No humor, no rolling of eyes, just a simple acknowledgement layered over something heavier. "That place ever bother you after?" I asked. "Or was it just, a dumb night we hyped up in our own heads?" He let out a breath that sounded like he had been holding it since the question started. "Honestly," he said, "that night was kind of my line in the sand. I never did the abandoned building thing again after that. All the guys I served with wanted to go check out creepy places near base. I always found a reason not to. I did it a few times, I admitted, other spots. Never felt the same. That's because that place wasn't just a spot," he said. "For me, at least." He was quiet again for a moment, then added, "I never told you this, because, well, we were kids, and I figured you'd clown me, or I'd make it worse for myself saying it out loud." "Told me what?" "In the big room," he said. "The one with the couch, you remember? That second night, before we went to the door. When you were all crowded around the mirror." I remembered. The cracked glass, the smear, the strange pull of our own reflections. "I was standing back in the corner," he went on, "trying to look tough. I heard something, not like pipes or whatever, real quiet from the hall. At first I thought it was you guys whispering, but it wasn't. It was coming from the other room. The big one, the mirror room." "You heard us," I said automatically. "We were there." "No," he said. "That's the thing. It wasn't our voices. It was like a bunch of people talking all at once, but under their breath. Like when a crowd gets told to be quiet, and they keep on whispering anyway. Could not make out words, just that it was more than one. Layers. I pictured him standing near the doorway, light from his phone low, listening to something only he could hear threading under the rest of the noise. Then you yelled something, he said, and it stopped, completely. Not like it faded out, just cut off, like someone hit a switch. He huffed a humorless half-laugh. That was the exact moment I decided I was done with that kind of fun. The heater clicked again along my wall. I glanced at the photograph on the table, half hidden under a notebook. The basement window stared up at me from the glossy paper like a missing tooth. I went back there recently, I said, before they tear it down. I figured you might, he said. You were always the one who wanted answers. I do not know if I got any, I said. Just more questions, I guess. We let that sit. In the distance, through his phone, I heard something that might have been a car door or a neighbor. Somewhere on my side, my upstairs neighbor's TV shifted channels, the muffled sound of canned laughter leaking through the floor. I drove by a lot after, he said finally. When I was home on leave, tell myself I was just taking the long way. There were a couple nights, late, like 3 or 4, could not sleep. I'd end up down that road. What did you see? I asked. Once, he said slowly. I saw light down there. Not upstairs, down, through the little windows near the ground. Not like work lights either. Too soft. It was barely there, but it pulsed, like someone was moving around with a flashlight or a candle. I did not stop. I did that thing where you pretend you did not see it, you know? Eyes straight ahead. Drive. I knew exactly what he meant. I had done the same thing many times. We were quiet again for a few seconds. My thumb traced the edge of the table without thinking. The air felt thick, like the kitchen was shrinking. I've been meaning to ask you something, I said, about the photo. Photo? He repeated. The one from the basement, I said. The shot of the church from across the street, with Jesse's car, you remember. Yeah, I remember it, he said. I figured you got rid of that a long time ago. I didn't, I said. I still have it. He was the one who went quiet this time. When he spoke again, his voice had shifted into something more guarded. You still have it, he said. Not a question. A restatement, like he was testing out how it felt. I do, I said. Why did you think I got rid of it? Because I saw it, he said. On your desk, years ago, before I deployed the first time. We were at your place, remember? You had that crappy futon, and we were playing games, and you went to grab drinks. I was looking around, and I saw the photo on your desk. I frowned, trying to rewind. The memory was fuzzy. We had spent a lot of nights in that apartment, a lot of drinks, a lot of games. You did not say anything, I said. Yeah, well, he said. I did not want to encourage you, man. I assumed you were going to either frame it like some kind of trophy or do the smart thing and burn it. But I remember looking at it and thinking, he made a copy. A copy? I repeated. I never made copies. It looked different, he said. That's what I am trying to tell you. That night, on your desk, the picture, it had the same angle, same church, same car. But, he trailed off, searching for the right words. The window, the basement window, whatever was in it, was not in the same place. A small chill crept up my spine. What do you mean, not in the same place? I remember the first time you showed it to me, he said. Back when we were kids. In the basement, it just looked like a smudge. Later, at your house, under real light, it looked like a shape. On the left side of the window. Like someone standing with their shoulder against the frame, you know? Head turned a little. On your desk, a few years later, it looked more centered. Like it had moved closer to the glass, closer to the middle. It freaked me out. I told myself I was misremembering. He let out a breath. I decided you had printed another version somehow, or my brain was messing with me. One of those. I stared at the photo on my table. I picked it up with my free hand, holding the phone between cheek and shoulder, and studied the window. The smudge in the glass was where it had always been, as far as I remembered, slightly off to one side, vague and distant. I never reprinted it, I said. I swear, there has only ever been this one. Then I do not know what I saw, he said. Maybe I wanted to scare myself. Maybe the angle was different. I do not know. But I remember thinking, if it can move in the picture, what else can it do? And then deciding very firmly that I did not want to be in the room with it anymore. I thought about the old scanned article, the decades-old crowd photo with the same window and the same blur. I thought about the note on the wall in the basement, about the empty frame, about the faded words, "You took it." Maybe the image did not change on paper. Maybe it changed in us, in our minds. Each time we looked at it, it rearranged itself slightly, adjusting to the shape of whatever we feared most. Or maybe, in the quiet, in those spaces where pipes stop ticking and appliances take a breath, something else adjusted. Do you still have it? With you? Malik asked. I looked down at the photograph in my hand. The church stared back at me from a past that would not die. Yeah, I said. It is on the table right now. On the other end of the line, I heard him inhale, slow and careful, like he was about to say something he was not sure he should. Then maybe, he said, whatever wrote on that wall was not just talking about the night in the basement. The heater clicked off. The fridge went silent. For one brief second, the apartment fell into that exact kind of mechanical hush I had come to dread. In that suspended quiet, with Malik's words hanging between us and the photo still warm from my fingers, it felt less like I was holding a piece of paper, and more like something had been holding on to me. The official notice came in the most boring way possible, not with sirens, or a headline, or some dramatic town meeting. Just an envelope from the township mixed in with junk mail and a grocery flyer, dropped through the slot onto my hallway floor. I almost did not pick it up. I stepped over it on my way in from work, tossed my keys on the counter, stood at the sink for a minute, staring at nothing. The apartment did its usual routine around me, the fridge humming, the heater kicking on with a hollow clunk, a neighbor's TV leaking canned laughter through the wall. It was only when I went back to lock the door that the envelope caught my eye again. Plain white. Township logo in the corner. My name typed in blocky font through the window. I tore it open at the table. Most of it was standard bureaucratic language. Blight remediation, public safety, structures deemed unsafe. My eyes skimmed until they hit the line that mattered. Demolition of the property located at 214 Maple Avenue is scheduled to begin on date 8 a.m. There was a whole timeline printed under it. Temporary fencing had already gone up, according to the notice. Equipment delivery was listed. Excavators, dump trucks, debris haul-out, a neat, clean plan for erasing a building from the map. I read the line again. 8:02 a.m. tomorrow. It should have felt like closure. This thing that had been sitting at the edge of my life for years, this half-rotten tooth in the middle of town, was finally going to be pulled. No more kids sneaking in. No more midnight drives past the dark bulk of it. No more wondering what was moving around under the floor. Instead, I felt something closer to panic. It was not logical. It was not even particularly noble. Part of me was afraid that once the building was gone, I would never really be able to prove any of it had ever happened. It would just be me and a photograph and some stories that sounded more ridiculous with every year that passed. I told myself I was not going back inside. I told myself I was not that person anymore. But I also knew that if I did not see it one last time, If the last image of 2 and 14 Maple in my head was from a basement room with marker on the wall and dust on my fingers, I would regret it. So that night, a little after 11, I drove to Maple Avenue again. It had been raining off and on all evening, the kind of thin drizzle that does not look like much until you realize everything outside has quietly become soaked. The streets shone black under the sodium streetlights, puddles turning into smeared mirrors. Wipers whispered back and forth across my windshield. I parked on the opposite side of the road this time, in front of the Korean takeout. The neon open sign buzzed and flickered in the window. Even though the place had closed hours earlier, someone had forgotten to flip it off. Or maybe they left it like that on purpose. The colors washed onto the wet sidewalk, pink and blue bleeding into the reflections of parked cars. 214 Maple loomed across from me, half veiled by rain. Temporary fencing had been set up around it, just like the notice said. Metal panels linked together, a flimsy suggestion of a barrier. A banner was zip-tied to one section with the logo of a demolition company and the words, "Coming soon, something new." The church itself looked smaller from this angle, more compressed. The boards over the windows were darker with moisture. The bricks glistened in places, slick with water. The old steps gathered rain in shallow pools. The caution tape on the front sagged under the weight of droplets. I stepped out of the car and stood under the overhang of the takeout's doorway, hands shoved into my jacket pockets. The rain hit the street in a steady hush, hissing where it met oil and old gum. It beaded on the temporary fencing and slid down in thin lines. I did not cross over. I just watched. The upper windows stared back like blind eyes, most of them covered, a few with edges of broken glass still visible. Somewhere inside, dusty air sat still over empty rooms. Beneath all of it, hidden from sight, the basement spread out the way I now knew it did. Big room, small room, shelves, table, mirror, door. Cars passed occasionally, tires throwing up fans of water. Their headlights swept across the facade, making the boards and bricks jump briefly into sharper relief before sinking back into shadow. Each time one went by, the neon sign's reflection on the wet street jittered and smeared, then reformed. There is a certain kind of silence you only get late at night in a town like this. Not total. There is always some background hum, distant engines, far-off sirens, someone's music leaking from a cracked window. But close up, between buildings, you can find pockets where sound falls away just enough that your own thoughts get loud. Standing there, I could hear the soft hiss of rain, the buzz of the sign, my own breathing. I found myself staring at where I knew the basement windows were. You could not really see into them from across the street at that angle, not with the boards and overgrowth. But my mind filled in the gaps, the narrow rectangles at foundation level, the darkness pressed up against the glass. The picture in my head overlapped with the one in my pocket, with the one from the archive, layering decades over each other. That was when I heard it. A deep, solid sound from somewhere inside the building. Not a crack of thunder, not a passing truck. A single heavy impact, muffled by walls but unmistakable. The sound of a thick, old door slamming into its frame. It had that particular finality to it. You can feel those kinds of doors more than you hear them. A low thud that travels through wood and concrete, a brief shake in the air. It sounded exactly like the basement door had sounded in my memory the first time it shut on its own. Like the same gesture, repeated. I flinched, heart stuttering, eyes snapping up to the dark ground level line of the building, as if I were going to see something move behind the bricks. There was nothing, just wet walls, boards, faint reflections. My rational brain dragged up other explanations. Old structures shift. Temporary fencing can bang in the wind. Something might have fallen inside. A beam, a piece of furniture the contractors missed. The rain could have swelled wood and changed how it sat in its hinges. There were a dozen ways to file the sound under normal. But none of those other sounds had ever felt so deliberate. While I was still trying to decide what I had heard, my phone buzzed in my pocket. The vibration against my leg startled me almost as much as the slam. I fumbled it out with damp fingers, the screen lighting my hand in harsh blue. For a second, the glow felt too bright in the watery dark. A notification banner slid down from the top. Not from a contact I recognized. Not from any of my usual apps. It was an email push from an account I did not remember seeing before. Some string of characters and a free provider domain. The subject line read, 214 Maple. No preamble, just the address, sitting there in black text on white. My skin went cold in a way that had nothing to do with the weather. I tapped into my inbox. The email had arrived less than a minute ago. No sender name, just the address. No body text either. The main window was blank aside from the usual header information. At the bottom, there was a single attachment icon, a small square previewed as an empty gray box with the word image under it. I stared at it, standing there in the half shelter of the restaurant doorway, while rain ticked against the glass beside me. Across the street, the building hunched in the dark, waiting for morning and machines. It could have been nothing. Spam. A misdirected message. A prank from someone who had seen one of my late-night search posts, or a comment I had left under an article. There were 100 boring explanations lined up, waving their hands, begging to be chosen. The problem was the timing. The notice in the mail. The demolition scheduled for the morning. The sound from the building a second before the phone buzzed. The single, loaded subject line. The fact that someone, or something, had gone to the trouble of sending me exactly one thing, with no words attached. The attachment icon pulsed faintly as the phone tried to load a thumbnail. I did not open it right away. Standing there, looking from the screen to the church and back again, I realized how thin the line was between trying to understand and letting something pull you under. Part of me wanted to throw the phone into the nearest storm drain, watch the water carry it away. Another part wanted to tap the image so badly my thumb actually twitched. I slipped the phone back into my pocket, with the email still open, the attachment unopened. Rain gathered in the gutter, swirling around leaves and trash, heading toward a drain somewhere out of sight. Across the street, 214 Maple sat in its last hours, full of old air and older echoes, waiting to be broken apart and carted off in pieces. I told myself I had come here for closure. Looking at the dark shape of the building and feeling the small, insistent weight of my phone against my leg, it did not feel like anything was closing. It felt like something else was about to open. By the time I finally opened the picture, the demolition has either already started or is a few hours away. I am not sure which thought makes me feel worse. I am back at my kitchen table again, the laptop open in front of me. The room is dim, except for the cold blue rectangle of the screen and the little green glow from the microwave clock across the room. Outside, The street is quiet enough that I can hear the occasional passing car as a soft hiss through the glass. The fridge has been humming for so long that I barely notice it anymore, until it stops. The compressor cuts off mid-vibration. The heater goes quiet too. No ticking, no low metallic expansion, like the whole building decided to hold its breath at once. It lasts for only a second or two, one of those tiny mechanical eclipses, but it makes the silence sit heavier on my shoulders. In that pressured quiet, the email notification banner at the corner of my screen feels louder than it has any right to be. I do not need the reminder. The message is already open in another tab. Sender, a string of letters and numbers that means nothing. No name attached. No profile picture. The address looks like something auto-generated by a service no one admits to using. There is no reply to line, no footer, no trace of a person on the other end. Subject, 214 Maple, basement. The body of the email is empty. No greeting, no explanation. Just white space, and at the bottom, a single attachment icon with the file name stripped down to generic, image.jpg. I stare at it for a while. I tell myself this is probably just something scraped from somewhere else, a still from a movie, a manipulated shot someone sent around for a scare, one that somehow found its way to me because I had typed the wrong thing into the wrong search bar at 3 in the morning. I also remember the note on the wall. You took it, and the way the basement door sounded in my head when I was standing across the street in the rain. The fridge kicks back on with a dull, familiar thump. The heater follows, the baseboard clicking as it warms. Normal noise floods in again, but the quiet it leaves behind in my chest does not go anywhere. I move the cursor over the attachment and click. The image loads slowly. A gray box, then blocks of darker and lighter, lines resolving into edges, edges into shapes. For a second, it looks abstract, like something shot in infrared or under weird lighting. Then my brain catches up and recognizes the geometry. It is the basement, but not from any angle I have ever seen. The perspective is wrong. It is like the camera is hanging from the ceiling, directly above the main stairs, looking straight down into the space. Not at a slant, not from a corner, not from the halfway point on the steps where someone could plausibly stand. This is a viewpoint that would require either a drilled mount in concrete that did not exist, or the ability to float. From up here, the layout is clear in a way it never was when I was inside it. The concrete steps slice diagonally into the frame from the upper left, a bright strip where the light hits them. At the bottom, the floor spreads out like an uneven cross. To the left, the big room opens, darker, the far wall just a smear. To the right, the smaller room yawns like an empty mouth. Straight ahead, the short hall leads to the familiar door, its shape obvious even from above. The entire scene is washed in a soft, uneven yellow, as if the only sources of light are low and warm. It is not the harsh, bluish cast of a phone flashlight. It is not the sharp punch of a camera flash. It looks like candlelight bounced off concrete and skin, pooling and thinning in strange places. For a second, the basement is just architecture. Then I see us. In the big room to the left, 5 figures stand in a loose cluster. They are tiny from this height, but the outlines are unmistakable once I let my eyes adjust. The way one of them stands, with his arms slightly away from his sides. Jesse's restless posture. The shorter figure beside him, hair pulled back in a high tail. Lauren. The narrower shoulders in the back, hood up. Aaron. Malik, taller, a little offset from the group. Weight shifted to one leg, and another shape in front, closer to the doorway, head tilted slightly up. Me. I can see the top of my own head, the crown of my hair under that sickly yellow glow, the hunch of my shoulders, the angle of my neck as if I am about to turn toward the hall. From above, stripped of detail, we look younger, smaller, like pieces on a board game. My skin crawls. I have no memory of anyone else being in that room with a camera. No one standing on the stairs. No one leaning out from the ceiling like a bat. We would have noticed. A viewpoint like this does not belong to human height. It belongs to something built into the structure itself. That is impossible, I hear myself say, quietly, to the empty kitchen. My eyes track out of the big room, along the central corridor. The light there is thinner, falling away in patches. The door at the end is closed, the surface barely catching a reflection. And there, in the hallway, just before the door, is the sixth figure. It stands alone, back to the group, facing directly up toward the camera. The body is narrow, taller than some of us, but not as tall as Malik. The clothing is indistinct in the low resolution and the bad light. Dark, long-sleeved, blending into the gray of the wall behind it. The arms hang at its sides, slightly away from the torso, fingers lost in shadow. The head, though, the head is wrong. Where the rest of us are defined by the top curve of hair or a glimpse of cheek, this figure's head is a solid black oval. No suggestion of hair, no pale patch of face, just a round absence, like someone punched a thumb into the image and smudged it out. It is not shadow the way the corners are shadow. It is too dense, too total. Even though it is nothing but pixels, I get the nauseating impression it is looking right at me. Not at the version of me in the frame, but at the vantage point, at whoever or whatever is doing the watching. I zoom in. The resolution protests, grain creeping in, lines swollen into blocks. The candle-colored light breaks apart, becomes patches of yellow and gray. The figures in the big room blur, lose their edges, become stamped impressions. The sixth figure's head stays stubbornly empty. No matter how close I drag the image, I cannot coax detail out of that black circle. There are no edges to refine, no gradients to pull. It is just blank. A void burned into a photograph that still somehow casts its own kind of stare. I start doing what I always do when something does not make sense, making excuses. Maybe there had been an old CCTV camera installed for security, something mounted high near the ceiling, long before I ever went down there. Maybe whoever sent the email had access to those archives, pulled a frame from the exact moment we were there, and sent it to me for maximum impact. The angle ruins that theory almost immediately. I have been in that basement. I know where the pipes run, where the joists cross. There is nowhere to hide a camera that high and that centered. The ceiling above that hallway is low concrete, not open scaffolding. Anything installed there would have been obvious. Wires, casings, lenses. We never saw any of that. Maybe someone was standing on a ladder in the hall, I think next. Or on the stairs, holding their phone above their head, arm fully extended, pointing it down. That could give you a higher angle, a fake bird's eye, but the more I look at the image, the less that fits. The frame is too still, too balanced, no tilt, no wobble, no blur at the edges where a hand might have shaken. The entire composition is centered with an unhuman precision, like a blueprint, like the building itself is looking down. I sit back in my chair, listening to the fridge hum and the heater whisper. The email window glows at me. the picture sitting in the middle like an open eye. The impression gets stronger the longer I stare. That this is not a photo taken from a corner with a phone, but a record from a place in the room no one can stand. A perspective that belongs to the architecture, to the intersection of walls and ceiling, to some point in the geometry where we are always visible and never aware. My fingers hover over the trackpad again, and I drag the image slightly, shifting the center. The big room moves more into view. Our 5 blurred bodies blur a little more. The far wall vanishes into noise. In the lower left corner, a darker rectangle nudges into frame, almost hidden by shadow and low resolution. It takes me a second to recognize it as a void where something should be. The space where the mirror is now. In the image, on that night, the corner is empty. No tall frame leaning against the wall. No painted wood, just bare concrete, lumpy and stained. The 6th figure stands in the hall, just outside the big room's entrance, body angled slightly toward that corner. I zoom back out. The layout snaps into place in my head. The path from the stairs, the way we drifted into the big room, the spot where the mirror stands now in the present. The 6th figure occupies the threshold. The blank head tilts up, exactly where the camera's invisible eye would be. The thought arrives without my permission. Now the mirror stands where it stood. Or, the mirror moved to where it had stood. As if, over time, that absence in the frame had been given a shape. As if the place where something once watched us from above had slowly accumulated enough attention to condense into an object in the room. A thing with a reflective surface. A thing that can look back in 2 directions at once. The idea makes my stomach twist. I drag the image one more time, forcing myself to look at all of it again. The kids we were, corralled in the large room like animals. The 6th figure, stationed alone at the boundary. The impossible angle, as though the basement had grown a single elevated point of view for one night only. The apartment's noises surge and recede around me. Somewhere in the building, a pipe knocks, a dull thud echoing through the walls. For a moment, it sounds too much like a door closing in the distance. On the screen, frozen in dead pixels and bad light, the 6 of us stand exactly where we did that night, all those years ago. Except one of us was never supposed to be there. The more I stared at the picture from the email, the more the mirror started to feel like the center of everything. Not the candle, not the cigarette, not even the photo I stole. The mirror. It had been there both nights, crackled like a spider web, sucking in our reflections and splitting them up into pieces. Back then, I thought the worst thing it could do was make my own face look wrong. My eyes cut in half. My mouth doubled. The suggestion, always, that something else might be standing just behind my shoulder if I stared long enough. After seeing the attachment, those old memories came back sharper. I remembered the first time I stood in front of it, phone light reflecting off the shards. My friends clustered behind me, laughing too loud, pretending we were not all waiting for some face that was not ours to show up in the broken glass. The smear on the surface that looked almost wet. The metallic smell I told myself was rust. The way my skin crawled whenever I turned my back on it, like the room was not as empty as it looked. The second night, when the candle burned at the bottom of the stairs, I remembered catching a glimpse of myself in the mirror's fractures and recognizing the look on my own face. It was the expression you get when you realize the thing you are afraid of might be paying closer attention than you are. After the email, I could not shake the feeling that the mirror had been more than a prop, that it had been placed, or grown, or both. I told myself I would not go back again. They had started the demolition. The building was no longer a building, just a project site with permits and schedules. There was nothing left there for me except dust and heavy machinery. Then on my way back from work, a day or two after the scheduled start, I found myself turning onto Maple again. This time, I did not even try to pretend it was an accident. Curiosity is its own kind of gravity. The church was already half gone. The upper structure had been reduced to a jagged outline. Sections of wall were missing, exposing cross-sections of rooms like dollhouse interiors. Bits of wallpaper, the ghost of a staircase, a dangling light fixture with no electricity left to feed it. An excavator crouched nearby, coated in brick dust, its arm resting like a tired animal's neck. The temporary fencing had been pushed farther out. Signs were zip-tied everywhere. Danger, hard hat area, no trespassing. Inside the perimeter, the ground was a churn of mud and broken masonry, rebar sticking up like ribs. What had once been the sanctuary was now a torn-open pit. Where the floor used to be, the demolition had ripped everything away, leaving the basement exposed to the sky. The concrete walls that had once hemmed in the underground space now sat naked, ringed by the ragged edges of the destroyed first floor. Afternoon light poured down into it in a way it never had before. I parked farther away this time, out of sight of the crew. A couple of guys in hard hats and reflective vests were smoking near a pickup truck, talking about something mundane. The sound of their voices carried faintly over the rattle of a generator and the occasional clank of metal. I walked along the sidewalk until I found a spot where the fence bulged a little, just enough that I could see through the gaps in the chain link into what used to be the church's belly. Most of the debris had been cleared out of the basement. The big room looked emptier than ever from above, just bare concrete, some scattered chunks of plaster, and a few unidentifiable scraps pushed into a corner. The small room on the right had lost most of its shelves. The far room, the one with the door, sat darker than the rest, the opening to it, a black rectangle in all that new light. And there, in the middle of the exposed floor, not leaning against any wall, was the mirror. It looked wrong out in the open like that. A single standing mirror, its frame still flaking, its cracked glass still intact, somehow upright among all the destruction. It was not backed against the concrete like before. It stood on its own, a few feet from the base of where the stairs had been. A thin layer of dust filmed the surface, but the fractures caught the sunlight in a dozen sharp lines, throwing thin spears of brightness onto the floor around it. Sunlight and that mirror did not belong together in my head. I was used to seeing it in flashlight beams and candle glow, in the gray wash of my phone's LED. Seeing it basking in natural light, cracks glittering, made my entire sense of the place tilt. I found myself stepping closer to the fence without meaning to. From where I stood, the physics should not have worked. I was above the level where the sanctuary had been, at the lip of the ruined first floor, looking down at the pit. The angle meant that anything reflected in the mirror's face should have been catching the far wall, or the blur of the sky, or the jagged edge of broken brick. But when the light shifted just right, I saw myself. It was not much, just a quick, distorted flash. For a fraction of a second, the cracked glass aligned, and there I was, small and distant, standing at the edge of the world, hands wrapped in chain link. My face was stretched, features bent around fractures, but it was unmistakably me. Jacket, hair, the angle of my shoulders. It was as if the mirror had tilted itself to find me. I froze, fingers tightening unconsciously on the fence. The metal links bit into my palms. I held my breath and leaned in, trying to catch the same angle again. The sun slid behind a thin cloud, softening the harshness of the light. The rays hitting the cracked surface changed, less direct now, more diffuse. The mirror's face dulled, the shards reflecting only smears of brightness and shadow. Then, in that muted glare, I saw something else. For the briefest beat, there were two figures in the glass. One was me, at the top edge of the frame, stretched, faint, barely there. The other stood directly behind my reflection, much closer to the mirror's surface. Taller, head aligned almost perfectly with mine. No details, no features. Just a suggestion of a body occupying the same vertical space. A shadow welded to my outline. And its face, if that is what it was turned straight up. Not toward the pit, not toward the concrete walls, toward where I was. My eyes blinked reflexively against the glare. The cloud shifted again. The light sharpened, and the image in the glass scrambled. When my vision cleared, there was nothing in the mirror but sky and broken edges and a jagged smear of brightness. "Hey!" a voice shouted behind me. "You cannot stand there." I flinched so hard, I nearly lost my grip on the fence. One of the construction workers was walking toward me along the inside perimeter, hard hat tilted back, expression irritated and wary. "You need to move along," he called. "This zone is not safe. Stuff falls. We do not need paperwork because some guy wanted a closer look, you know?" "Sorry," I said, stepping back automatically. My voice sounded thin, far away in my own ears. I used to live around here. I wanted to see it before it is gone." He softened a little at that, but only a little. "Yeah, well, see it from across the street," he said. "We are cutting more tomorrow. Basement walls too. You do not want to be anywhere near when that thing goes." He jerked his thumb toward the exposed pit. My eyes involuntarily tracked the gesture, dropping back down to the mirror. From this slightly different angle, the glass showed nothing but fractured light. No tiny figure at the top. No taller shape behind it. Just broken reflections and dust. "Right," I said. "Got it." I backed away from the fence, the metal imprint of the links still tingling in my palms. The worker watched long enough to make sure I was actually leaving, then turned back toward his crew, shouting something I could not quite make out over the engine of the generator. As I walked back to my car, the sense that something had stayed behind in that pit clung to me. Not the building's history, not the memories. Whatever was tied to that mirror, whatever had been implied in the sixth figure's headless stare from the email, did not feel like it was getting scooped into a dump truck with the rest of the debris. It felt fixed, anchored, like a coordinate on a map, independent of how many times the surface changed. Buildings can be demolished. Addresses can be reassigned. But some places are not just about the walls. They are about the echo that hangs in the air long after the last brick falls. That night, back in my kitchen, the apartment tried its best to act normal. The fridge hummed. The heater ticked. A neighbor's door slammed somewhere in the hall. My laptop sat on the table, lid closed, the charger light a tiny orange dot. I opened it. The email client loaded my inbox with a familiar little chime. New spam, a shipping notice, A useless newsletter from a store I barely remembered buying something from. I scrolled, scanning subject lines, expecting to see 214 Maple Bar Basement waiting somewhere in the list. It was not there. I checked again, slower. Nothing. No address I did not recognize. No empty body message with a single attachment. A cold, tight feeling gathered in my chest. I clicked into the search bar and typed 214 Maple. No results. I tried checking the all-mail view. Still nothing. Just the usual mess of receipts and half-answered threads. I opened the trash, thinking maybe I had deleted it without realizing. The folder was full of the usual junk. Old promotions. An angry email I had never sent. Some automated notifications. Nothing with that subject. Nothing from that strange address. The email was gone. Not archived. Not buried. Erased. Only the memory of the image remained, burned into the inside of my skull. The basement, from an impossible height. 5 kids huddled in a room that could not protect them. A 6th figure in the hall with a blank, staring absence for a face. And later, a cracked mirror, standing alone under an open sky, catching reflections from angles that did not exist. If anyone asked, I would have nothing to show them. No proof, no file to forward, no pixelated evidence that any of it had ever been more than a story. Just my word, just what I saw. And the feeling, growing more familiar now, that whatever had been looking at us through all that broken glass had not been buried with the concrete. When they finally finished tearing 214 Maple down, the town moved on in about 10 minutes. There were a few photos on the local Facebook group. Dust clouds, machines, someone's kid in front of the rubble giving a thumbs up. A couple of comments about eyesores and about time. Then the feed slid back to dog pics and complaints about parking. I told myself that was it. They had scraped the church off the map. The pit where the basement had been was filled in, leveled, ringed with orange mesh and little flags. Future site of something or other. New construction, new walls, new noise. For a while, it almost worked. Life does what it always does. It spills back into whatever vacuum you think you have made. I went to work. I came home. I washed dishes, answered emails, forgot to do laundry till I was down to my last decent shirt. The photograph went back in its shoebox. I stopped checking my email for messages from addresses that did not exist. Then the sound started. At first, I wrote them off as nothing. Apartments are noisy in a way you only really notice when you try to be quiet in them. Footsteps from upstairs, muffled conversation through the wall, the elevator cables whining somewhere in the skeleton of the building. When you live in a stacked box of strangers, you get used to hearing people's lives as a series of thumps and hums and faint music. This was different. The first time I heard it, I was standing in the kitchen, waiting for the kettle to boil. It was late, somewhere past midnight. The fridge was doing its low, steady hum. The heater was cycling off, the pipes in the walls ticking as they cooled. Outside, traffic had thinned to the occasional passing car. Under all of that, I caught a new sound. A single, slow footstep. Not on carpet. Not on the creaky, warped wood of my upstairs neighbor's place. It had that flat, hard quality that concrete gives. A full soul landing. A tiny drag. Weight shifting. It seemed to come from somewhere behind the wall next to the fridge. Deep inside it, between studs and insulation, in a space that should not be big enough to hold anything. I froze, hand halfway to the cabinet, held my breath, waited. Nothing for a long moment. Then another step, Same pace, same dragging finish. Not in a hurry, not trying to sneak, just moving. My rational brain rushed in with explanations. Old pipes expanding, the building shifting, someone in the basement storage room below me. The mind makes all kinds of excuses, as long as it gets to keep believing there is nothing in the walls. I poured the boiling water, drank my tea, told myself I was being jumpy. The next time, there was no easy excuse. I was lying in bed, not quite asleep, listening to the low murmur of my neighbor's late-night TV through the wall. The show cut to a commercial. The volume dropped, and for a few seconds, everything in the apartment stacked up just so. The heater clicked off. The fridge took a break. The building settled. That familiar mechanical hush fell over the place. 1 or 2 seconds where all the background machines took a breath. In that wedge of silence, something scraped. It was not loud, but it had length, a drawn-out, weighty drag, like a piece of furniture being pulled a few inches across a bare floor. It came from near my kitchen, from the same general direction as the earlier footstep. It burrowed through drywall and studs and air and landed right in the middle of my nervous system. I sat up, heart going too fast, listening like my life depended on it. The scrape stopped. The fridge kicked back on. Someone's car alarm chirped outside. The TV next door went back up. The moment was over. I told myself it was my downstairs neighbor moving something around. The part of my brain that kept mapping everything back to 214 Maple was not convinced. Once I started listening for it, I realized the pattern was always the same. The sound only showed up in those little dead zones, when the appliances fell quiet all at once, when the building did its 1-second impression of a tomb. It never cut across noise. It never competed. It waited for openings. Sometimes it was a single step behind the wall. Sometimes it was that drawn-out drag, as though something heavy were being repositioned in small increments. The direction was always the same, from low to slightly higher, from somewhere around floor level to somewhere closer to my shoulders. I tried to prove to myself that it had a normal source. One Saturday afternoon, I went down to the basement of my own building. Not the kind of basement you sneak into as a teenager. No mystery, no locked door with scratched wood. Just a laundry room with peeling paint and a boiler room behind a metal door that rattled when it closed. The hallway down there smelled like detergent, metal, and old water. The concrete floor was stained in patches from spills and leaks. The fluorescent lights flickered in that way that makes everything look slightly sick. In the laundry room, machines thumped and whirred, churning clothes behind fogged glass. I stood in the far corner and listened. The boiler kicked on in the next room with a low, rumbling roar. It made the walls vibrate just enough that you could feel it in your teeth. Somewhere above, someone's footsteps echoed down through the structure, the sound distorted by layers of material. A washing machine hit its spin cycle, rattling like it might walk out of its spot. None of it sounded like the basement of 214 Maple. Not really. There was too much life here, too much obvious source. Still, if I closed my eyes and leaned against the cinder block, there were moments, tiny ones, where the reverb in the concrete and the hollow spaces behind it did something familiar. The boiler, turning off, sent a low, hollow thud through the walls. It rang, for just a split second, like that old door in the church had when it slammed downstairs. I told myself that was it. That was what I had been hearing. Echoes of building systems. The gut of this place doing its job. It helped. for about a day. Then came the knocking. It was a Tuesday, late enough that the whole building felt like it was half asleep. I was at the kitchen table again, laptop open, an empty plate pushed to one side. An unfinished email sat on the screen, cursor blinking in a way that made it feel impatient. I was rereading a line for the third time, brain drifting, when the fridge cut off. The heater had already been quiet for a while. The neighbor's TV was off. There was no dishwasher running, no washing machine, no traffic right outside. That same dense hush rolled over everything, flattening the air. In the middle of that silence, something knocked 3 times inside my wall. The sound came from the section of drywall right next to the fridge, about as high as my chest when sitting. Or, if I'd been standing in front of it, exactly level with where a doorknob would be. 3 knocks. Not frantic, not playful, measured. Knock, knock, knock. Each one was a little firmer than the last, as if whoever, or whatever, was on the other side wanted to be very clear that this was not some random settling of materials. The rhythm was wrong for pipes, too deliberate to write off as a coincidence. I do not remember getting out of the chair, but suddenly I was standing, heart hammering, every part of me tuned to that patch of wall. The fridge was a blank white monolith on my right. The section of drywall to its left looked completely ordinary. Off-white paint, a couple of scuff marks near the floor where a chair had bumped it over the years. For a second, I considered saying something. Hello, or who is there? Like an idiot in a movie. The words dried out in my throat. Instead, I stepped closer and put my palm flat against the wall. The temperature difference was immediate. The air in the kitchen was its usual mild, lived-in warmth, but the plaster under my hand felt like the inside of a freezer. Cold radiated out from that spot, biting into my skin hard enough that my first reflex was to pull away. I forced myself to stay there, fingers splayed, pressing lightly. The surface did not feel smooth the way I expected. The paint had the usual slight texture, but under it, in a patch maybe 6 inches long, there was the faintest change. Tiny ridges, barely there grooves. My fingertips tracked across them, following the pattern. 5 shallow lines, almost parallel, running down toward the floor. They were not deep enough to break the paint. If you just glanced at the wall, you would not notice them. But with my hand against it, I could map them in my head. Same spacing, same shape. The memory slotted in before I could stop it. The door in the basement. The marks running down from the knob. Fresh cuts in old wood. My breath fogged the wall in a thin patch of condensation. The fridge hummed back to life suddenly, making me flinch. The heater thumped on. Somewhere outside, a car door slammed, distant but real. The moment broke. The cold under my hand eased back to normal. The faint raised lines became just texture, like any other imperfection in a cheap rental. I pulled my hand away and stared at the faint print of my palm fading on the paint. If someone asked the next day if I tried to show them, I knew exactly how it would go. They would run their fingers over the spot, shrug, and say they did not feel anything. They would stand in my kitchen, waiting for knocks that would not come. They would look at me the way people look at someone who has been living alone for a little too long. But I heard those 3 knocks. I felt those 5 lines. And when the building falls quiet now, when the fridge pauses and the heater rests and the world outside holds its breath for that one dense second, I cannot unhear the echo of concrete steps in a different basement, in a different building that does not exist anymore. The address is gone. The walls are new, but the sound in them has started to feel very old. The part that feels the strangest is how normal the room looks while I am typing this. I am sitting at a cheap laminate table that came with the apartment, the kind that looks like wood from a distance and plastic up close. The laptop in front of me is old enough that the fan wheezes every time I scroll too fast, little puffs of hot air leaking out the side. To my right, there is a mug with the ring of dried coffee clinging to the bottom, long gone cold. The stove clock across the small kitchen glows a tired green, 12:47 a.m. If someone hit pause right now and walked in, they would not think horror story. They would think insomnia, or taxes, or late night work email. The apartment is doing its thing around me. Behind my left shoulder, the fridge is humming that low, steady note I have come to know better than some people in my life. It has a little rattle at the end of each cycle, a tiny shiver through the cabinet beside it. The baseboard heater along the wall turns on and off in waves, each time announcing itself with a soft metallic click before the warm air starts to drift. Outside the thin window over the sink, a car goes past every few minutes, tires hissing over the asphalt, then fading into the distance. Next door, my neighbor has the TV on low. I cannot make out words, just the rise and fall of voices, the occasional burst of canned laughter flattened into a meaningless blur by drywall. It is the exact kind of background noise you hear in 1,000 apartments in 1,000 towns at this exact hour. And in the middle of all that, my cursor blinks on a half-finished sentence in an email addressed to a horror channel. I know how this sounds. If I heard this on one of your videos, through my car speakers in some grocery store parking lot, or in my headphones while I did dishes, I would probably roll my eyes at least once. I would say the person was dramatizing, or misremembering, or leaving out the boring, rational explanations on purpose to make the story tighter. I would assume the scariest parts had been sanded down and polished up to fit into a 20-minute slot. I get that. I do. That is part of why I have been sitting in front of this blank screen for so long. I keep typing and deleting the first lines, trying to find some version of this that sounds less like someone who has spent too much time alone thinking about old buildings. I am not naive enough to think anyone on the internet owes me belief. But I also know that if I do not put this somewhere outside my own head, it is just going to keep circling, tighter and tighter, until it has nowhere left to go. So I am writing it down for you. Or for whoever checks this inbox. Or maybe just for the fact that if I hit send, it will exist in another place for a little while. If you decide to read it on your channel, the people listening are going to hear their own fridge hum in the background, or their own heater click off, or traffic outside whatever window they are facing. That is kind of the whole point. None of this started in some cabin in the middle of nowhere or a mansion on a cliff. It started in a church across from a Korean takeout, on a street where the biggest excitement most nights was someone forgetting their leftovers on the roof of their car. I keep thinking about that when I write. I grew up in a town where something to do usually meant looping the same 5 streets with your friends, parking behind the same strip malls, sitting in the same convenience stores under the same buzzing lights. The basement of 214 Maple was just another one of those somethings at first. A place to kill a night. Concrete, dirt, the smell of mold, the thrill of doing something you could get in trouble for if the wrong adult happened to care. That is what I am trying to get across here. This did not feel like a haunted house attraction. It felt like an extension of all the other ordinary spaces we used to haunt ourselves with. Wawa parking lots, suburban square benches, back corners of supermarket lots at midnight. The only difference was that down there, under that church, the building started talking back. If you strip the story down to its bones, it is simple enough. A group of bored kids finds an abandoned place. They go in once, feel scared and excited, get out. They go back again, because of course they do. This time, there are signs that someone else is using the space. A candle, a cigarette, a mirror that should not be there, a photograph that should not exist. Then the sense that someone else might not fit the usual categories. A shape in a basement window that keeps showing up in different decades. A message on a wall written to a person who took something they should have left. Later, years later, there is demolition and dust and fences and machines. The building gets erased. On paper, it is gone, but pieces of it show up where they should not. In an email from an address that disappears, in a picture taken from a vantage point that does not exist, in the way a mirror stands up in a pit of rubble like it has roots, in the way knocks come from inside a kitchen wall at the exact height a doorknob once was in a construction that no longer stands. And under all of that, under the "I know this sounds crazy" and the "I am sure there is a logical explanation," there is a simple, stupid guilt I cannot shake. I should not have taken the photograph that night. I should not have gone back to that basement alone when I saw the demolition permit. I should have walked past the email, deleted it, told myself it was a joke, and let it die in the trash. I should not have gone back again to look at the pit, to stare at that mirror in the open air. If I had made even one different decision in that chain, maybe the sounds in my walls would just be sounds. Maybe the knocks would just be a loose pipe, and the cold patch would just be bad insulation. Maybe I would not see that basement stairway in my head every time my apartment falls silent for 2 seconds. That is on me. No one else pulled me into this. I did it step by step, same way I walked down into that concrete room the first time, 1 foot at a time, telling myself it would probably be fine. The weird thing is that from the outside, my life still looks stupidly normal. If someone listening to this story is sitting at their own kitchen table right now in some random apartment in Ohio or Texas or wherever, they probably have the same background track I do. Fridge humming, heater clicking, maybe a neighbor's footsteps overhead. Maybe the faint, constant rush of a highway if their building is near an on-ramp, a glowing clock on a stove or a microwave, a phone face down next to a half-empty cup. That is the part that scares me the most now. How easy it would be for something like this to happen to anyone living in a place built like mine, in a town shaped like mine. How small the line is between "this is just my cheap old heater" and "this sounds exactly like a foot on concrete." Sometimes, when all my appliances take that synchronized breath and everything goes still, I try to imagine what it would be like to be on the other side of a wall like this. To stand in some impossible space that does not exist on any blueprint, listening for the perfect quiet to knock back. To move a little closer each time someone leans their head toward the sound instead of away. That is what I am trying to describe to you. Not just the basement with its dirt floor and broken furniture. Not just the mirror with its spiderweb cracks, but the way those things leak forward into the present. How the fear does not stay in the past. It comes home with you and rearranges your house in your head until your own kitchen Sounds like a place something else might be rehearsing how to enter. I scroll back up through what I have written, reading my own words like they belong to someone else. My fingers hover over the keys. There are moments when I want to delete whole paragraphs, convince myself I exaggerated, that I've spent too many nights replaying the same handful of details. My hand shakes a little, just enough that the cursor wobbles when I reach for the trackpad. I hit Save Draft instead. The laptop makes a small, efficient sound of acknowledgement. The screen flickers for a second. The fridge behind me shifts gears into a quieter hum. Outside, a lone car passes, tires whispering on the late-night asphalt. Somewhere in the building, a pipe pops. I rest my hands on the keyboard again and start typing the next line, watching the letters appear one by one on the pale screen. There is one last thing I need to tell you, and it is the reason I am actually scared while typing this, not just remembering. There is one part of this I have never told anyone. Not Jesse, not Lauren, not Malik, not even you, until now. I have sat here for a while trying to decide whether putting it into words will actually make anything clearer, or just lock it in deeper. But if I am going to be honest about why I am as scared as I am while typing this, I cannot leave it out. The truth is, the first time I felt it touch me was not in this apartment. It was in the basement of 214 Maple years ago, before anything really happened, before the candle and the cigarette and the photo and the note. It was that very first night, when it was still just a place. You know the scene already, at least in outline. 6 kids, 1 dirt floor, 1 square hole in the middle of the sanctuary, leading to an ugly set of concrete stairs. We went down, made too much noise, laughed too loud to prove we were not afraid, walked through the big room, joked about the couch, argued about whether the mirror had always been down there, or if someone had dragged it in. I remember the feel of the air in that basement. It had that heavy, damp chill you get underground, where sunlight never really reaches. It smelled like mold and old wood and something metallic under all of that. My breath came out in faint puffs whenever I laughed too hard, little ghosts that vanished as soon as I noticed them. By the time we decided to leave, I was buzzing with adrenaline and that weird teenage pride that comes from walking into a place you are not supposed to be and walking back out again. We made a big show of it, pretending to drag our feet, teasing each other about who would be the last one up the stairs. I ended up going last. I always did back then. The others started up ahead of me, sneakers thumping against the concrete steps, their phone lights bouncing around the walls. Voices overlapped. Lauren calling to Aaron, Jesse telling someone to move, Malik saying, "Chill, chill," even as his pace picked up. The beam from my own phone carved a narrow tunnel through the dim, catching the edges of the stairs as they climbed. I hesitated at the bottom for just a second, turned back to look at the big room one more time. The doorway gaped open. The mirror in the corner caught a slice of my light, flaring white, then dulling again. It felt, briefly, like I was leaving a face behind down there. Then I turned toward the stairs and took the first step up. Somewhere above me, Jesse's shoe slipped and scraped, and he laughed it off. Someone else cursed under their breath. The air was full of the sounds of us leaving, the scuff of rubber on stone, the rustle of jackets, the quick, breathless jokes we made when we were almost safe. I was 3 or 4 steps up when it happened. A hand touched my shoulder. It was not a grab, not a shove, just a light contact. Fingers resting for a fraction of a second on the place where my neck meets my shoulder. Enough pressure that I felt the weight, not enough to move me. I remember the exact sensation even now. The air in the basement was cold, but this was a different kind of cold. It did not sit on the skin like the rest of the temperature. It went in. It felt like someone had pressed a handful of ice cubes into the muscle itself without going through the surface first. A deep, penetrating chill that sank straight to the bone and then disappeared. No one said anything. No one laughed behind me or cursed or made a joke. I did not turn around. This is the part that bothers me most, looking back. I did not even check. I just told myself, very quickly, almost violently in my head, that it had to be Jesse messing with me, or Lauren trying to hurry me along, or one of the others brushing past. That was the only version of the story I was willing to entertain in that second. I tightened my grip on my phone, hunched my shoulders like that would shrug it off, and kept climbing. By the time we reached the top, I had convinced myself it was nothing. And once we were back in the main room, back in the thin light, leaking through broken windows and the distant sound of traffic, the idea of stopping and saying, "Hey, did one of you touch my shoulder back there?" felt ridiculous. We squeezed back through the side door, laughing with the brittle relief you only get when you are moving away from fear. Out in the street, everything was too loud and bright and normal to compete with what I had just felt. The sound of cars on Maple, the buzz from the neon open sign across the way, someone honking 3 blocks down. It was easier to swallow the touch like it had never happened. Years later, I brought it up once, half as a joke. I think we were at my place, playing something on the console, half drunk on cheap beer and nostalgia. I said, "Remember that first night, when we left? Which one of you tried to freak me out on the stairs?" Jesse frowned and said, "What are you talking about?" Lauren laughed and said, "If I had done that, you would still be hearing about it." Malik just looked at me for a long second and then asked, "What did you feel?" I shrugged it off. Turned it into a story about being jumpy. It was easier than admitting what the contact had really been like. I could tell they had their own things they were not saying, and none of us wanted to be the first one to break the spell of, it was just a dumb teenage adventure. So that detail stayed with me. Just mine. I did not think about the touch much for a long time. Not specifically. It filed itself away with all the other sour little memories from that place. The smell, the sounds, the way the candle went out without a breath, the note on the wall in marker that waited years for the right eyes. Then the apartment started to get its own kind of quiet. You know how I said the machines in here seem to sync up sometimes? The fridge stopping, the heater pausing, the building giving me that 1 or 2 seconds of full silence before the next cycle kicks in. It has gotten to the point where I can feel those moments coming. The way your ears adjust, the way your own heartbeat suddenly seems loud. For a while, the worst that happened in those little gaps was sound. The footsteps behind the wall, the scrape, the knocks. Bad enough, more than enough. Then a few weeks ago, I was standing at the sink, rinsing a plate. The window over the basin showed me nothing but my own reflection, superimposed over the vague shapes of trees and parked cars outside. The faucet hissed as water hit porcelain. A thin line of soap suds traced the edge of the drain. I could hear my neighbor's muffled TV through the wall and the fridge's hum behind me. And then, the sequence I have learned too well. The heater sighed and shut off. The fridge clicked and went quiet. The TV next door muted or paused. For that suspended second, it was just me and the water and the hollow sound of the apartment taking a breath. Something touched the back of my neck. Same spot as before. Same kind of contact. Fingers, if that is what they were, resting light against the small dip where my hairline ends and my spine starts. No pressure, no weight, no push. Just presence. The cold went in under the skin, sharp and deep, like someone had injected winter straight into my nerves. My shoulders knotted up instantly, every muscle screaming to turn around. The faucet ran. My own breath hitched. I forced myself to move, to pivot, to face whatever was behind me. Soap slid down my wrist in a thin, ridiculous trail as I spun around, heart punching at my ribs hard enough that I could hear the rush in my ears. There was nothing there. Just the table, the laptop, closed. The chair pulled out at an angle, the blank slice of wall next to the fridge, off-white paint, and a couple of scuffs. The fridge itself, dull and harmless, humming back to life a beat later, like it had only stepped away for a smoke break. The TV next door came back on. A car passed outside. The world resumed. I stood there, dripping, chest heaving, trying to decide if I had imagined the whole thing out of sheer expectation. The brain is good at filling in blanks, especially when you give it enough raw material. Maybe it was a draft. Maybe a stray breeze from the window. Maybe nerves finally frayed enough to conjure phantoms. I told myself all of that. I told myself all of that again the next time it happened. Because there was a next time, and a time after that. Always small, always quick, always in that gap where the house seems to forget it has power. Washing a cup, reaching into the cabinet, standing at the counter reading something on my phone. The machines pause, the air thickens, and there it is again. The light, precise pressure of contact, a brush across my shoulder blade, a touch at the back of my neck. Once, a sensation like someone standing so close behind me that I could feel the warmth of a body that was not there radiating through my shirt. The worst part is that the touches never come with a sound. No footsteps leading up to them. No rustle of clothing. Just silence, then contact, then the chorus of appliances roaring back in like they are covering for whatever came and went. It is the same pattern the church had, in a way. That little pocket of absolute quiet before the door moved, before the candle went out, before the message appeared on the wall. Back then, I did not turn around. Now, I do. Every time. It does not change anything. The kitchen always looks the same. My apartment does not rearrange itself to match my fear. The walls stay where they are supposed to be. The door stays closed. The only thing that changes is the number of times I catch myself standing in that one exact spot, waiting for the next gap in the building's breath, wondering if I will feel it again. If anyone listening to this has ever lived in a place long enough, they know their home silences as well as its noises. They know when something is off, when something is added. That is what this feels like. Just like the church had its own kind of silence before doors moved, my apartment has started to get its own. A shape inside the quiet, a waiting. And the part of me that has been pretending this is all just leftover teenage nerves is running out of room to hide. Right now, as I am typing this, the kitchen looks exactly like it always does at this hour. The table is a dull rectangle of fake wood under my wrists. The laptop screen throws a washed-out blue across my fingers, across the chipped edge of the laminate, across the faint stains in the cheap paint on the wall beyond. The mug to my right has a tied line of dried coffee halfway up the inside, a small brown crescent that says I meant to get a refill and never did. The stove clock over by the wall glows 12:53 a.m. in tired green digits. My cursor is blinking at the end of a sentence I half like and half hate. It is almost 1 in the morning, and I have reached the part where every word feels like it could be the last one, which makes it harder to pick any of them. My hands are hovering over the keyboard, fingers curled, not quite touching the keys. I can see myself faintly in the black reflection of the turned-off TV in the other room. A vague shape hunched over a small light. Behind me, the fridge hums. It is the same note I have been hearing for years. The same background drone that fills the gaps between car noises and neighbor noises and my own breath. To my left, the baseboard heater is ticking softly, the metal expanding and contracting in a rhythm I could probably map out if I cared enough. From the apartment next door, someone's TV leaks through the wall at a low murmur. It is late enough that whatever they are watching has that drifting, infomercial cadence instead of plot. Outside the kitchen window, tires whisper past on the asphalt now and then, splashing through some leftover puddle from the afternoon rain. It is all so ordinary it is almost funny, considering what I am actually writing about. I stare at the last line on the screen and backspace it. Type another version. Backspace that too. My reflection in the TV flickers with each change in brightness from the laptop screen, like it is breathing out of sync with me. I am trying to land on something that is true, but not dramatic. Something that says, in plain language, I did not ask for any of this, but I walked into every part of it anyway. While I am still deciding, the apartment decides something for me. The heater stops first. The ticking fades down into nothing, like someone turned the volume knob all the way off in one smooth motion. A second later, the fridge compressor cuts out mid-hum, the vibration in the floor under my feet easing back to stillness. The TV noise through the wall goes quiet. Maybe my neighbor changes the channel. Maybe they turn it off. Maybe the sound just dips right when everything else does. But whatever the cause, it happens at the same time. No cars go by. No doors slam. For one thin second, the building exhales and does not inhale again yet. The air flattens. The world feels oddly hollow, like someone has taken all the stuffing out of it. That little pocket of absolute quiet I've been talking about finally arrives, not as an idea, not as a metaphor, but as a real, physical thing pressing against my ears. In that silence, I hear it. At first, it is just a weight in the wall behind the fridge, a sense more than a sound. Then it resolves into something I can count, a slow, heavy step. Not upstairs, not down the hall, right behind the kitchen wall, where no one is supposed to be. There is no stairwell there. I have seen the blueprints they give tenants when they pretend to care about fire exits. There is just plumbing and wiring and whatever ancient concrete makes up the spine of this building. But what I hear is exactly what I heard in the depths of that church. A soul landing on a hard surface, heel first, then toe, with a tiny scrape as weight shifts and the foot is picked up again. Another step, the sound is muffled, like it is traveling through layers of material that were never meant to pass on anything but vibration. It is not frantic. It is not dragging. It is deliberate. The pace is the same as it was on those stairs under 214 Maple. Measured, patient, a third step. In my head, the concrete staircase I know too well lines itself up perfectly with this wall. I can see, without wanting to, exactly where I would be on those steps if the sound matched my height. How close the next one would put it to the level of my chair. Something scrapes inside the wall, not the drawn-out furniture drag from before. This is smaller, sharper, like a fingernail, or a key, or a metal edge testing the surface. A light, exploratory scratch against the inside of the concrete, sliding, pausing, sliding again, as if it is trying to locate a particular spot. My hands have left the keyboard without me noticing. One of them is pressed flat on the table, knuckles white. The other hovers in the air over the keys, fingers curled like they forgot what they were supposed to be doing. My shoulders are tight enough that they ache. I can feel the blood in my neck, a hot, uncomfortable pulse. The scrape stops directly behind where I am sitting. The silence in that instant is a different kind of silence, the kind that has something on the other side of it, leaning right up against it, waiting. Then 3 sharp, solid knocks hit the wall. They are so close to the back of my head that for a split second I think I have been struck. I flinch forward, breath punching out of me in a small, ugly sound. The laptop screen jumps in my vision. Knock, knock, knock. Each one is spaced just enough to be counted, not enough for my heart to calm between them. They are exactly where my eyes are when I am sitting at this table. Not low, where pipes run. Not high, where a neighbor's shoe might bump if they were somehow in the wrong place. Right at face level. I have heard pipes. I have lived next to people who like to slam things against walls for fun. I know what those noises sound like. These are not those noises. There is a certainty to them, a very human sense of I am here, in the rhythm that makes my skin crawl. Then it is gone. The fridge lurches back into life with a cough of mechanical effort, the compressor kicking hard enough that the glass on the counter rattles. The heater clicks and begins its low, breathing hiss along the baseboard. Somewhere outside, a car accelerates too fast from a stop sign, engine rising in pitch. The spell breaks so cleanly, I could almost pretend it never happened. I do not get up. I do not go to the wall. I do not put my hand on it the way I did before. I already know what it will feel like. Cold. Too cold. Maybe smooth. Maybe ridged. Maybe with those faint parallel lines my fingers have already mapped in secret. The ones I cannot convince anyone else are there. Instead, I sit very still and look at the stretch of paint beside the fridge. At first, it looks like it always has. Off-white. Cheap. The kind that chips if you breathe on it too hard. Then, as my eyes adjust, I notice something new. A dull, vertical mark, no wider than a finger, running down from a point just about where my nose would be if I were standing with my forehead against the wall. It is not dramatic, just a faint, grayish scratch in the paint that catches the laptop light at a slightly different angle than the rest. I do not remember it being there before. Maybe it was, and I just never noticed. That is one possibility. People hang things, bump chairs, carry boxes down hallways. Walls collect history in quiet ways. That is what a sane voice in my head says. Another voice, the one that remembers the basement door and the 5 parallel claw marks, notes how easy it would be to leave a trace like that from the other side if you knew exactly where someone's face was when they sat down to write you a confession. My hands find the keyboard again. They feel heavy, like they belong to someone else. The keys are familiar under my fingertips. Small islands of plastic I have worn shiny in places over the years. I start typing. Not carefully, not artfully, just getting the words out before I can talk myself out of them. If you are listening to this in your car or in your bed, and you hear your own house go quiet for a second, you will probably tell yourself, it is nothing. I used to tell myself that too, until I realized some silences are not empty. They are someone finally close enough to touch the other side. The words appear on the screen in a neat black font, flat and harmless looking. The fridge hums. The heater breathes. The neighbor's TV kicks back into the familiar wash of sound. Some late-night host laughing at a joke that was not meant for me. A car door slams outside, mundane and sharp. The world layers itself back over whatever just pressed its knuckles against my wall. I stare at the new scratch in the paint until the laptop screen dims, timing out. In the brief dark, I can see the mark more clearly, the way it stands out just enough to catch the reflected glow from the clock on the stove. I tap the space bar, and the screen wakes up again, my draft email sitting there, waiting to be sent. I do not think the basement stayed under 214 Maple. I think when they tore the building down, it went looking for whoever took its picture.